Okay, so welcome all. Welcome to macro perspectives of labor market, blah, blah, blah. Great to see you again. So a few announcements. I'm going to follow up on what early morning, some of you may have heard that. So just to remind you, we are live stream on YouTube. So you cannot, you need to talk into a microphone. So the speakers have to talk into that microphone and stand in front of the camera. Okay, that's for the speakers. And for the audience, we encourage questions. We don't have discussions, so questions are important, but you have to speak into the microphone. I would also like you to, ask you to kind of keep questions short. So think about the question before you ask, like the wording rather than improvising. You would want to have more questions rather than long monologues. I think that would be good. But do speak. So to that purpose, I think it's useful to have one microphone circulating in the back because we never get questions from the back, and that's not good. And so just keep it around there and move it around. Thank you. So we are going to have, now we don't have a bell, so we have to figure out how to do the 5 minutes. Okay, good idea, fantastic. Okay, so we'll give the first 5 to the speaker to give, without interruptions, the last 5, so we'll bring something to advise that you cannot ask questions before the first bell and after the second bell, and the rest, the other 40 minutes are open field. So this is the social event joined with our esteemed colleagues at the micro data take a picture. The morning group. So take a picture. I think green cash maybe helps. I don't remember what the deal is. It's going to be a big group. So please be there. And I think that's about it. And code of conduct. Code of conduct. Thanks. I was going through the list. So the code of conduct, NDR code of conduct is in the NDR website. So it's very important you read it. So let's try to be respectful. Okay, you can keep questions short. But again, we don't have discussions, so questions are good. Okay, as long as you know the drift, the big deal. Okay, and I think that's it. I think I end this first. Now we have the timer going. Second.
You want to do the timer?
Yeah, no, let's start a timer. I was trying to use the last iPad, but I don't know. Start this one and then I'll do that.
Is your microphone on this side? There's first microphones. There's one there, one in the back, and one in the corner.
That works.
And there's also this one if you're starting.
Yeah, I'll just.
Only me up here. Fine. There's one there, one in the back, and one Andy has.
No, Andy should sit. No, Andy,
You can do this. He's fine.
you have to be in front of the camera. That's
He doesn't have to. Andy's at the beginning, so people see who you are, then you can do whatever you want.
I mean, we're trying to because of the YouTube thing. So we're asking.
But as long as they can hear the voice. I'm not going to be.
All right. Well, great to be here. Present this paper. I'll try to conform to these conflicting guidelines regarding where to stand. So this paper is together with Jason Faberman is here and Aggregate Sahin in the audience. And it's about the gender pay gap and how it relates to job search and job amenities. So as you probably know, there's an extensive literature on the gender wage gap. There's many important contributions. They go back quite long. And one of the important findings is that labor force interruptions among women are a key contributor to a gender pay gap, going back to papers like Grosjean and Goldin, among others. Sort of more recent literatures have studied to what extent work hours, type of work, amenities sort of relate to gender pay gaps, often at the occupation level, and sort of try to understand to what extent that can lead to gender pay gaps and other differences between genders. Also, a kind of rather small literature also has studied to what extent gender difference in job search, how men and women search for jobs, what type of jobs they apply to, and what type of jobs they accept, can contribute to this gender pay gap. So we try to contribute to this large literature, focusing on these last 2 items in particular. And this is also on the background of, okay, no, this is not working. Okay, it's just slow.
There's also the computer buttons.
Okay, No, so now I have to stand here to switch slides. Okay, this is on the background of a gender pay gap which has converged to some extent, a lot in the 80s and 90s, but progress has stalled quite a bit. So this is full-time, for full-time earners, the women's earnings as a percent of men. So you see that there's a lot of convergence, but recently this has really kind of slowed down a lot. And the question is, well, why is that? And what really contributes to this remaining gap? There's still just motivation. I'll get more into sort of the gender pay gap, controlling for stuff, and so on later on. But I think that's sort of the big question that I think we economists should try to address. So what are we going to do in this paper? In this paper, we're going to do first an empirical analysis. In our empirical analysis, we're going to analyze gender differences in job search and job search outcomes using various data sets. We, of course, establish prior evidence, note that, yes, there's still a pay gap, but some more newer findings are along the following three. First, when we condition on your prior wage, we find that women have substantially less wage growth. So the wage growth from year to year is just smaller once you condition sort of on the position on the wage ladder. Now, secondly, we also look at job search, and we want to focus a lot also on the job search, because we know that really contributes to wage growth. And we find, though, that women and men have very similar job-to-job transition rates, something that's not been appreciated by the literature so far, and also similar search efficiencies. And then we're going to look into, third, we're going to look at amenities. This is a topic that other people have also studied. But we do find, also in our survey evidence, there's really profound differences in stated preferences for the types of jobs and the amenities that they come with, as well as realized job amenities. So what kind of occupations and jobs women and men sort into as they go along the job ladder. So our main interpretation of these facts is that, yes, women and men, they do climb a job ladder, but this job ladder is just not the same. There seems to be along different dimension. So this empirical analysis then motivated us to develop a quantitative framework. So we develop a model of on-the-job search with amenities, and has many bells and whistles, but just to kind of tell you the essential ingredients is that this is a two-state model, and we're just going to focus on employment and non-employment. We're going to lump in out of the labor force and unemployment into one, because we think the out of labor force dimension is also important. Then, this is the key ingredient, we have this multi-dimensional job ladder, or two-dimensional job ladder, where women and men search for jobs, but they differ both in their productivity as well as the amenity they come with. And finally, we also, what we put into the model is that women and men differ in their preferences for amenities, and we're going to assess to what extent these different preferences account for differences in wages as well as other outcomes. So what we find here in the empirical, in the quantitative theoretical analysis, that the amenity gap accounts for a large share of the wage gap. So women sort into higher amenity jobs, but that comes also with a lower wage. But it doesn't account for everything. So there's still a substantial part of the wage gap that's not explained by amenities, that will be explained by other things. And one way to kind of put it very clearly is that we still have a large job value gap between men and women, even when you account for that women and men sort into different jobs. We also, in our quantitative framework, we can do a counterfactual analysis. And one thing that we thought would be interesting is to think about, well, we know that after COVID pandemic, there's been a huge increase in the work from home. So the provision of jobs that now allow working from home. To what extent? To the extent that women sort of have a preference towards these types of job, how does this affect wages? Well, we actually find this increases the wage gap as you allow for more provision of amenities, as, for example, working from home. But at the same time, also, it actually works in opposite direction on the employment gap. So that actually reduces the employment gap. So women's incentives to work increases as we have more of these amenities. Yeah.
I was wondering what is the relation? Some of the ingredients, actually, I think most of the ingredients are in the Morchio and Moser paper that was presented here like 4 years ago. So I was wondering what is new in terms of outcomes compared to their analysis.
Great question. Yes, I agree that their paper is very related. I think we differ in a few dimensions. First of all, we have a very in-depth analysis of the job search differences, so they don't kind of focus on that. So our paper is really sort of more from the worker side, whereas theirs was really just about the firm side, right? Also, in principle, our model is not necessarily tied to firms; it's really more at the job level. In terms of evidence, we also provide more direct evidence that men and women sort into different jobs with different types of amenities, whereas in their model, sort of in their framework, the amenity was inferred from a size-wage relationship. Yeah. There's other differences, but I think that's sort of the key innovations, I would say. And if Ajigil and Jason want to weigh in, of course, please feel free to do so. Yeah. So let me. Yes, no question. Let me proceed now to the analysis. So we're going to first kind of outline the data sources that we use, and I'm going to go to the empirical analysis. So we kind of use some standard, or maybe by now standard data sources. So of course the current population survey, which we all know that it's the main US household survey with standard labor market data. We also use the outgoing rotation group data that has the wage information. And as a key advantage of the current population survey is just it has a very big sample size. We do also, because we want to focus on how do people search, how much do they search, and what kind of offers do they get, we also use this job search supplement that we developed with people at the New York Fed. There we have all this annual survey of job search activity, very detailed job search activity, search outcomes, regardless of labor market status, so including for the employed, so we can see how people search on the job. In addition, also this survey also elicits some questions about preferences for job attributes, such as how far do you want to commute, are you willing to relocate, how important is flexibility, and so on, desired hours. So we also exploit these elicitations of reservation wages and desired hours and so on in this survey.
When you say that women have different preferences, that might be true on average, but what happens if you're thinking about a woman who doesn't give a shit about amenities, just going for the money? What's her history going to look like relative to the history of an average male worker?
You're absolutely right. We're going to compare the average woman to the average man. And there is evidence, not just in our surveys, a lot of external evidence that we're going to cite to. There are these average differences. Of course, there's lots of heterogeneity that we're going to neglect. Of course, if a woman has the same preferences as the man, they may look more similar. But in our model, we have many different potential potential sources of wage differences. So the amenity is not going to be the only driver of that. Okay? So they may still differ in other dimensions. But of course, if that's the only difference, that they would just look like a man. So we're going to focus here on people ages 25 to 64. We're going to focus a lot on the current population survey, as I already mentioned, using the outgoing rotation group data. We're going to focus on this more recent period, okay, 2013 to 2022, when the gender pay gap was kind of stable or stabilized at, between -15 and -20%, something like that. Then we're also going to focus on this job search supplement, which was also run only since 2013. So there we are restricted by the fact that this wasn't run in prior years. So let me proceed now to the empirical analysis. So first, I just wanted to make the point: the fact that the gender pay gap hasn't converged is not an artifact of just looking at raw gender differences. So here I show you gender gap regressions, or sort of Minter wage regressions that break out the female coefficient. How important? What's the gender pay gap? Is the female coefficient, right? So and we control here for a number of things. including age, education, race, as well as occupation. Okay? And occupation has been shown that attenuates typically the gender pay gap by the third. So we are already controlling for that. And we find both in the hourly wage, the gap is about 20%. In the CPS and the SE data, so very similar. As well as in terms of log weekly earnings, the gap is actually bigger because differences in hours worked. So that's not a new thing, but we wanted to think about, well, how does this translate into wage growth, or what is wage growth by men and by gender? And if you actually look at that, just look at the average wage growth between men and women, there doesn't seem to be too much of a difference. In fact, it's basically exactly or close to zero. So this just does the same regressions with controls, but now we look at the change in the wage from year to year using the CPS outgoing rotation group data from 1 year to the next. We do this for log weekly earnings, the same thing.
And
yes.
how does that square, these results square with those famous life cycle plots from Claudia Goldin of the earnings tracking men and women tracking each other and then widening later in life?
Yeah, good question. I'm not sure. Yeah.
No, the answer is
Oh.
Well, I mean, in the next, what we then thought, well, of course, this could be, maybe men and women are not in the same position of the wage ladder. So what happens if you actually control for the type of wage that you had in the past year? And then we see very strong differences in wage growth. So conditional on the wage today, we see much more wage growth for men compared to women. And so how can we reconcile these two findings? Well, it could be that just women, even though they have less wage growth, they just have less wage growth starting from the same wage, but then men, they converge, in the steady state distribution, they converge to higher wages. So in the end, they just have less wage growth because they're already further up on the wage ladder. And so this is true both for.
This is controlling from the base wage. You're saying the initial wage.
Yes, this is it's not controlling, it's the difference, right? The change or the
change controlling.
Yeah, controlling for the base wage.
Last one
Yes.
is base wage.
So we're going to control here for
so
the
there's
log.
mean reversion there. So the question is whether the just mean reversion is bigger for women, right? Because you have the same variable, the left hand side and the right hand side.
Yes, in some ways we could look at that, but this is not only true. I mean, this is just looking at everybody who had a wage last year. And if you also condition on, let's say, we try, the CPS, this is from the CPS. So we kind of exploit the structure that you have observed people 1 year apart, as well as a few months in between. So you can try to condition on those who actually were continuously employed, at least the way we observed them.
I can tell you about that because I've been working on that. So I think the way it's done really is actually wrong. But anyway, so I've been working with Shigeru on correct this data. There's a very strong mean reversion there anyway. So we don't know what happens in the gap. So we have a method to fill the gap to tell you whether the continuously employed in the gap or not. But there's a very strong mean reversion. So the question is whether women have more mean reversion, because clearly a magnetic coefficient is indicative of mean reversion. In this case, you're doing men and women, and so it may just be more mean reverting. It's certainly mean reverting for men as well. Right?
Well, I guess the question is whether the mean reversion is an artifact of the data, or whether there's something more meaningful behind it. I mean, that mean reversion ultimately is also going to be borne out in our model.
We don't.
Yeah, I'm not sure why. Maybe we should talk about it later. Okay. Anyways, that's one of our findings. Then we wanted to move on to study gender differences in job search, and particularly focus on the job search. How do men and women search? We have a lot of details in the paper, so we first wanted to look at transition data. So this comes out from the current population survey. Just again, we're going to study here sort of to be in line with our model. We're just going to study E to N. So N includes those out of the labor force. So it's a composite of unemployment and after labor force. So we know that there's stark differences in these transitions from N to E. So women are actually less likely to find jobs out of N, but they're more likely to flow into non-employment. So I think this is quite well known. But if you look at E to E transitions, actually they're almost identical. Right? Now this is raw data, and you may also wonder, well, is the composition of these transitions different? The answer is to some extent yes. So here I try to kind of zoom in into the E to E transitions. and look at to what extent, so here I split out by destination, so looking at E to full-time versus E to part-time. So the share of flows to part-time is much smaller for men than for women. So women seem to transition more at equal rates on the job, but when they transition more into part-time jobs. And that's also something kind of we want to maybe motivate us later on. What kind of transitions, what kind of jobs do women go into as opposed to men? Yeah.
You had a sub button that had something to do with kids that we skipped.
Yes.
Including for all of this.
We have everything with and without kids, and some facts get a little bit attenuated, but all this survives. I mean, with job-to-job transition rates being similar and all this is, yeah. I mean, feel free to interrupt me.
And married.
Here.
Married status too, because obviously joint search is very important for these things. Right, so and some of the differences are that women may be a disadvantage within the couple, and so they make decisions based on what the husband is doing.
Right.
And
that's absolutely right. So
independent of kids.
Yes, and in the end, that brings up the question. Well, I'm going to talk later about preferences for non-wage amenities. Where do these preferences come from? I mean, they could come from this intra-household bargaining and social norms that drive this. I don't want to take a stance on that too much. So in terms of the job-to-job transition, since nobody has really documented this in detail, I wanted to go a little bit more in detail and really make sure that this is robust, that this is very similar. So this is just the job-to-job transition rate from the QWI, which is derived from LEHD. So there's some cyclicality in that, but the key point I want to just take here is that the cyclicality, or the level of the two, as well as the cyclicality, is actually very similar. We can also control for stuff. What if we control for age, education, race, and occupation? We can also control for marital status, which we've done. So here, this just shows you controlling for that. Men and women have very similar job-to-job transition rates, which is also true in the SEE and in ZIP data, which we've used for this purpose as well. So it seems to be very independent of data source. It seems to be the case that men and women have very similar job-to-job transition rates. Now, how does this relate to job search? So now here we go to the survey of consumer expectations and look into, well, how much do actually men and women search, both on the job as well as off the job? And there seems to be some differences. So if you just look at one measure of search effort, we've looked at others too, applications sent in the last 4 weeks, men seem to search slightly less or submit slightly fewer applications than women, both on the job as off the job. But some of this is just actually driven here by search for additional work, which is like you already have a job and want additional work instead of for a new job. If you look at offer rates, fraction with any offer in the last 4 weeks, which is our measure of the offer rate, is actually almost identical for men and women on the job, and very similar for off the job. If we then kind of divide this by the search effort, we can get a measure of what we call offer yields, or offers per application, and there we find also it's kind of similar. Okay, so maybe slightly lower for women, but not very strongly so. Yeah.
And it may be interesting to do this conditional on tenure for the employed, and conditional on non-employment duration for the non-employed group, because I imagine there are downward trends with tenure and with non-employment duration, and we know that women will have longer tenure on average. So it would be interesting to see whether this is like a compositional effect or within the group, or a true difference at the same point of non-employment status. I
wonder if we've done some regressions with duration controls and tenure controls. Yeah.
And can I just briefly ask, does the magnitude mean it's around 11% got an offer in the last 4 weeks?
Yes.
Is that conditional
per
on
month?
Search? Conditional on search?
Yeah. No, this is no. This is unconditional.
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 Incredibly high.
Yeah.
It is very high, yeah, but it is what it is. I mean, that's also what we documented in our other paper. This is not
Maybe it cuts down.
So people do get a lot of offers, even if, I mean, of course, it is driven if we split it out by those searching and not searching, it is driven to a large extent by those who are searching. But even there's also a lot of unsolicited offers, so people that actually don't search still get like 4% offers per week or 5%.
But let's remember that duration of employment is not that high, so it makes sense, right? It's consistent with low duration of employment in the US.
Yeah, but these are employed already, so, right, yeah, that's what it is.
Okay, let me move on now to gender differences in job amenities. Here I'm going to document some stuff from our own survey, as well as also relate to other existing evidence. And I think what is most interesting here is that there is already by now sizable literature that tries to measure willingness to pay for particular workplace amenities. This literature does not necessarily have always focus on the gender dimension. They have a sort of a broader agenda, but still they often report gender differences in the willingness to pay for job work attributes such as irregular schedule by Mas and Palais, and hours flexibility by Wiswell and Safar. And here, this paper we're going to refer a lot to is this Meisters et al. Paper from 2023. Why is this interesting? Because they actually did this willingness to pay estimates for a really broad range of workplace amenities. And so they can actually not only do this for one amenity at a time, but actually can do this for many different amenities, and also accumulate the amenities and see how much would you pay for a job that has X, Y, Z of amenities. Okay? So they find actually go from the worst to the best job in terms of workplace amenities. Both men and women are willing to pay for that, but women are willing to pay for that at a higher rate than men, 59 versus 52%. Okay, and that's from this paper.
So the first two are a little bit, and I said they're not the same concept. But you don't like a regular schedule, but you actually like a flexible schedule. I mean, they're both irregular in some ways. So I think it's saying you don't want the hours to be decided by the firm. That's and you would. So if I have a 40-hour-a-week job, I don't like either of them. So sorry, I like the first one, but not the second one.
Okay, but
so there's something.
Let me talk about it. Maybe the specific. We're going to use this paper, right? Okay. The Meisters et al. I can go into specific wording. It's about flexibility.
Right. Okay. Right.
Irregular, yes. It's kind of bad. Basically, if the firm forces you to work at a specific time that you cannot anticipate, right? That's I think what is meant, and is also in the Meisters et al. Thing. So basically, the idea is that you don't know in advance whether you're supposed to work tomorrow.
So unpredictable. Not
unpredictable. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Unpredictable is better word. And then also, I mean, the Masters already have some information on working remote work, but since their evidence is mostly based on a pre-pandemic area, we also use this willingness to pay for remote work evidence from other surveys, which also finds high willingness to pay for remote work. And just to understand how these estimates are formed, basically they give you most of the time hypothetical or sometimes also real-time offer choices between two types of jobs with different wages and different job attributes, and from that you can really infer in this quite credible context what is the willingness to pay for these attributes. Now in our survey we can also speak to that a little bit. So we have information on willingness to relocate, commute, and hours. Here, just before going there, just show you that men actually tend to have much higher reservation wages. So here this shows you the reservation wage in dollars per hour for men and women, and here's the difference. But the difference is controlling for demographics. Okay? So it holds up for demographics. Women have lower desired hours, and now here it is also here now we look at the job attributes. So the question in the survey was: are you willing to relocate, to commute twice as much, or to increase your hours, and at what wage? And then there was also an option, well, not at any wage. So this is reporting this extensive margin. And so 55% of women are not willing to relocate at any wage compared to 44% of men. Same for commute, higher fraction of women not willing to commute twice as long compared to men, and refusing to work an additional 10% of hours at any wage is much higher for women than for men. Also speaking to this preference for these job attributes.
And the reservation wage looks like a number for I don't know, a yearly, I don't know what
That's hourly.
Hourly
Ah,
wage.
so
Hourly
so it's
reservation wage.
35,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
35
Yeah, let me, so this is preferences, or data preferences. And now we're going to think about to what extent does this actually translate into realized amenities on the job. And so, yes?
Before you go there, one more question about the reservation wage. You had said that this, I guess, is for the employed as well, or was it just for the unemployed? I forgot.
I think this is both, yeah.
Is that controlling for the weight they already hold? Because you say it's for controls. Is the weight they hold in there or not?
I don't think so. This just controls for demographics. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It might be nice to, I mean, this would be the one thing where I would probably include it, at least for the employed. It's clear if I have a very good job, right? And so on. It might change things one way or the other. I don't know what it's done.
But it does control for marital status. I mean, I'm asking because wives usually can't move because their husband is working.
Yeah, kids, marital status, all the usual
Yeah.
demographics. We've done it with and without us, so that's
When I'm involved.
Yeah. So let me move on to realized amenities. So to what extent does this map into differences in outcomes? Now this we cannot do at the job level. We're going to do this at the occupation level because we don't have sort of job level information on amenities. And so our idea here was to construct an index of amenities that captures some of these critical differences where women and men differ. And again, this relates mostly to these Meisters et al. Workplace amenities. It's not all of the workplace amenities. Basically, the idea was, well, we're going to construct for each occupation that we have in the data. We're going to construct to what extent are there are these occupations differing in the actual amenities provided in these occupations. So we have basically 7 components that we derive from 3 different sources. First is we derive this from ONET, about moderate physical activity, time spent sitting, and relaxed pace of work. And this here is going to be, I'll come back to that, is just sort of the willingness to pay estimate from the Meisters et al. So this means you're willing to pay for a moderate physical activity relative to strenuous physical activity by 7.5% wage cut. Then we use the ATU American Time Survey leave module, which gives information on general flexibility, schedule advance notice, so related to the predictability, as well as flexible work days for a big population. And we're going to basically then collapse these at the occupation level and kind of try to see to what extent occupations differ along these 3 dimensions. And then in the end, we're also going to use the Dingle and Nyman index of teleworkability of occupation, again, using all these weights from this Meisters et al. Paper. So how are we going to sort of map this into an index at the occupation level? So we normalize each component on a scale from 0 to 1, where higher means better amenity job. And then we're going to index at the occupation level, going to formulate this at the occupation level, where this is the amenity for a given occupation. It's just a weighted sum of these different occurrences of these amenities in given occupations, weighted by the willingness to pay in general, right? So this is not gender specific here. This is just the willingness to pay across the entire population. The sum of these weights is 0.35. It's somewhat smaller than than what is in the willingness to pay estimates from Meisters et al. For the whole difference of all from bad to good jobs, because we don't have quite all of the attributes that are in the Meisters et al. Paper. Yeah, so we're missing some of that. So what do we find? So we, yeah.
Is the assumption that you can order the amenity component in higher, meaning better, important? Because I can think of some attributes of a job that are a good thing for somebody and a bad thing for somebody else.
Yeah. So I guess here we're assuming that it's a better thing for everyone. Yes. Yeah. So we're not allowing sort of yeah. Yeah. So what do we find? So we just look at to what extent what's the share of women and share of women in these occupations when we rank them by this amenity index, and what if we rank them by the log wage? So there's of course a lot of dispersion, but there's quite a strong positive association of these amenity index of the share of female in these occupations going from 0.2 to 0.8 here at the upper end for these different amenities.
how do you think about the amenity part being different from the productivity part? In the sense of, you know, there's a lot of flexible hours and I don't accumulate human capital and that then affects, you know, my promotion going forward, or if I had to be there, it affects my promotion going, and then I'm going to be leaving the labor force in the future. And I'm just trying to think, should I be thinking about amenity and productivity being somewhat linked, or is it not? Suppose we know I'm going to leave the labor force in 10 years, and I have to make investments before that period of time. These different jobs are going to affect how much investments I'm going to make. Is that an amenity, or is that a productivity that might be affecting my choices?
I mean, here, in terms of the empirical analysis, yeah, we don't capture
You
this.
label it as amenity, but I'm just trying to think about some of those things will also have productivity effects in a dynamic model.
Yeah, we don't have this dynamic dimension of this also in our model. To what extent amenities are correlated with productivity? In the model also we're going to assume that they're independent of each other or uncorrelated at the offer level. Of course there's going to be equilibrium correlation. But yeah, so that's what we assume. I also think it's not clear which way it goes. Like for some amenities, maybe they make you more productive, others make you less productive. I mean, I don't think there's such a clear evidence on that particular topic.
I hope Eric is not planning to retire in 10 years. If you go back one slide, now to Guido's question, one of the components you may want to take out is the physical component.
Yeah.
Because,
yes,
you know,
so let me just answer that. That's not going to matter. Okay, so what is really mattering, we did that analysis. These ones are really sort of the key driver as well as the teleworkability. The physical one is really not important for the results. Let me move on and say, well, let's do the corresponding regressions now that we did for the change of the wage, but now let's do it for the change of the amenity. Now this is going to be at the occupation level, so the coefficients are going to be smaller. So basically the amenity from
The other thing was on the values. You say the job value. How is that calculated? How are you creating your job value? Lifetime. Because the
The room is fine, and Zoom is saying it's fine, but on the live stream, it's like crickets. Okay, yeah. Was it just the wrong microphone?
Yeah, it's just selected here, so this selects which microphones. So it had the webcam mic selected instead of this.
Got you. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Hello.
Okay. So we have a co-author who is attending on YouTube. She was telling me that she can see the
Okay, let me set the timer again. Sorry.
Yeah, sometimes the batteries jiggle a little bit.
And the audio is working?
Yes.
Okay, Leo's next speaker. I'll continue on the gender gap. There's a theme here. You have to think about it. Do we read it or not? It's not random. I'm going to put this so you can see.
Sure, great. Thank you. Well, great. Thanks for having the paper on the program. So this is joint work with Alessandro and Chiara, who are both here in this room, and also with Hao-Min Wang. So it's, again, it's the second paper on gender in the labor market on the program. But we are motivated by the literature that identifies parenthood as a key driver of persistent earnings differences between men and women. So this literature suggests an important role for specialization within households, such that typically fathers continue working full-time after the birth of a child, while mothers often drop out of the labor force or return at reduced hours for a prolonged period. Now, these specialization choices in households interact in important ways with the hiring and pay decisions of firms. So on the one hand, firms may respond to the anticipated labor supply, possibly even prior to childbirth. So we would refer to this as statistical discrimination. But vice versa, the firms and pay policies may reinforce specialization choices in households. So our goal is to make progress here and to disentangle these supply and demand interactions, and also their interplay with economic policies, such as taxation at the household or individual level, and also parental leave policies. So we address in this paper three broader research questions. So the first is, again, to understand the relative role of different drivers on the supply and demand side for gender differences in employment hours and wages. Second, we want to understand the role of household specialization through the income pooling within households. And let me be clear that there are actually two dimensions of income pooling. One is actually by the government in the US, but also in other countries, income is jointly taxed at the household level. So the government pools the incomes of the two spouses. But then the second income pooling is that the after-tax earnings within a household are shared. So households share risks, especially risks in the labor market. And we want to understand these two dimensions of income pooling. And then, so third, we want to understand the impact of parental leave policy. So in many European countries, actually, there's two dimensions of parental leave regulation. The first one is a job protection. So every parent, after the birth of a child, has the right to leave the current job and to return to the job after a while. And this duration of parental leave is a key policy parameter. The other dimension of parental leave is a parental allowance, which is a government transfer that is paid during parental leave, typically in proportion to the pre-parenthood wage. Okay, so to answer these questions, we develop an equilibrium labor market model with heterogeneity on the worker and the firm side. So obviously on the worker side, we have male and female workers. They live in single or couple households. They differ in the presence and in the age of their children, and also in their skills. On the firm side, so firms differ in productivity, and they create jobs with full-time and part-time hours requirements. So we calibrate this model to Germany. So we think Germany is an interesting application for three reasons. So one is it has a particularly large child penalty. Second, that is partly due and largely due to the fact that many women actually work part-time, especially mothers. And third, Germany, like the US, has a joint income tax system. So the household is taxed rather than the individual. And also it has rather generous parental leave policies. So then we address in this calibrated model our three research questions through the counterfactuals. And let me be clear what I mean by the drivers of gender gap. So on the worker side, we allow male and female workers to differ in preferences for home hours and also in job search intensity, which can also vary by the demographic state. And they also may differ in their initial skills. Firms may have a different perceived productivity, a perceived output of men versus women. So we do allow firms to have gender wedges or like a taste-based discrimination on top of the statistical discrimination that I explained before, like the reaction to potentially different job acceptance, job quitting behavior on the worker side. So with this model, we find the following results. So when it comes to the average gender earnings gap, 60% of that is accounted for by supply side factors, and that is mostly preferences for home hours. The remaining 40% is in roughly equal proportions accounted for by the taste-based discrimination, the gender wedges as we call it, and also statistical discrimination. When it comes to variation over the life cycle, so we do see, unsurprisingly, the gender earnings gap to widen sharply after childbirth. So these life cycle variations, they are almost exclusively accounted for by supply factors. And that goes through the participation and also the hours margin. Yet the hourly wages also widen after childbirth and the gap remains high also when households have older children. And that is because, one, mothers work more part-time and there's a part-time penalty in our model. And second, actually, mothers sort more into low productivity, lower paying firms. So when we do these counterfactuals, shutting down the income pooling by separating taxation, but also separating the risk sharing in households, we do find actually quite big effect on the gender earnings gap, especially on the wage gap. And we show that this is largely because of the firm's wage responses. The key reason is that once we separate the two spouses in a household, both spouses' labor supply becomes much less elastic, to which firms respond with larger wage markdowns, especially for the man, and that brings down the gender wage gap. So indeed, we actually show that statistical discrimination entirely disappears once we separate the household. So we can actually conclude with our model, statistical discrimination arises because of the income pooling and household specialization. So, and then parental leave does have strong behavioral effects, but ultimately the quantitative impact on gender gaps is small because it's a rather short-lived effect. Guido.
I was wondering, maybe I missed it, to interpret these results, do you have human capital accumulation over the life cycle?
Yes, we have, yeah. I'll come to that, of course. All right, so just briefly, I'd like to just spend a minute or so to relate how we contribute to literature. So we think for our research questions, we want to combine these 4 ingredients that matter for gender gaps, which I think is important for our research. So, and we need to relate, of course, to a literature that addresses, household labor supply choices, also like with kids and hours and all these ingredients that we think matter. But this literature is rather silent about the firm side, so it's largely like a partial literature. And likewise, there's a literature that thinks about joint decision-making in frictional labor markets, but again, this literature doesn't affirm, so it's again a partial literature. And then there are models such as, the paper just presented by Andy, that belongs to this group of papers that study gender gaps in equilibrium, but this literature is silent about household specialization and household income pooling. So, but I think an important contribution of this paper is that exactly this interaction, so between household income pooling and the firm's responses, this was like the second result I just mentioned, that is key, is important for understanding gender wage gaps.
You can postpone the answer to the question, but seeing all of this, when households make joint decisions, right, which I think will probably happen in your framework as well, is there anything wrong with this? Right? Is there anything that, is this because the women are staying more at home, that's why somehow there are some inefficiencies in equilibrium, that is actually a bad choice in equilibrium, while for the unit itself is a good thing? Or is it, because you said before, well, we could make this separate, and then the man also gets hammered, and then we have equality. But that
Exactly.
doesn't sound like a great policy, right?
Indeed, indeed. So let's maybe come to that a bit later. But we haven't yet addressed welfare. So welfare is super interesting. Wait for the results. We can discuss this later, right? So, but actually at the household level, maybe just to take this away. So we don't have we have a unitary household model. So the household, it behaves in a jointly efficient manner. Yet in the aggregate, of course, in equilibrium, there's tons of frictions in the model. So. Okay, so unless there's further questions at this stage, let me directly go to the model, which is actually a random search, but that Mortensen model that we set up in continuous time, and we only look into a steady state. Okay, so the model has a fixed measure of firms that differ in their productivity y. Firms decide to create full-time and part-time jobs. And once a job is filled, the output in the job is linear in the hours, and the hourly productivity is the product between the firm's productivity y and the worker skill s, which I will explain on the next slide. So now, as I said before, firms differ in their perceived output of a female worker relative to a male worker. So these eta parameters that multiply the y as h term applies only to a female worker, and this eta could also vary by the hours. So we have these full-time, part-time jobs, and there could be a productivity discount, a perceived productivity discount in a full-time job differently from a part-time job. So these gender wedges, they can stand for taste-based discrimination on the side of managers. They could also stand for a different task assignment of men and women in the same firm.
So this could be bigger than one.
It could also be bigger than one, and actually,
be a Roy model where
indeed, it could be bigger than one. You see later how we calibrate it. Okay. So then firms offer wages to men and women, also separate by the hours requirements. So it's
this is not productivity. How could you gonna say this is not productivity? These are not just a Roy model.
Actually, we don't take a stand on actually what it is. We just call it gender wedge. It could be. I mean, once we will talk about welfare and at output and
factoring wages anyway, right?
Yeah.
Where there's discrimination or productivity.
Yeah. So it's
different ways, but the scale is.
So ultimately, what matters for the wages is just the eta. So is it like a behavioral thing, a taste-based? So is it? Yeah.
So in a sense, you do less the Roy model, except it would be a different interpretation.
Yeah.
I mean, some women have high comparative advantages.
Yeah.
Part-time jobs or something.
I mean, there's this one interpretation of the model would be the Roy model. The other one is the Becker model of taste-based. So we don't really take a stance on what it is. So. Okay, so it's a wage offer model. So and wages are conditional on gender. They're conditional on hours, but conditional on nothing else. So that's our assumption here. All right. So.
So the firm is posting 4 numbers.
Correct. Mm-hmm. So although households differ in other dimensions, and workers differ in other dimensions, that comes on the next slide. So we have these male and female workers. They live in single or couple households. So the model has no marriage, no divorce. So any worker is either in a single or in a couple household forever. And also fertility is exogenous in the model. So we do model transitions, across these family states as sort of exogenous stochastic transitions across 4 working age states of workers and households. So a household begins as a childless, fertile household. Then kids arrive, the kids are young, the kids grow older, and ultimately kids move out of the house and the household is childless again. There's also the possibility a household doesn't have a kid, so it's possible to go from the 1st to the 4th family state. And then when a household retires, it is replaced by a new household entering the first demographic group. Right? So it's a very simple stochastic overlapping generation structure, where then in the household, the 2 members would draw initial skills from a gender-specific skill distribution.
So no divorce seems harsh.
Tell me about
so what
The divorce rate maybe is like 50% in U.S. state. I'm not sure what it is
Sure.
in Germany, but you're talking about a situation where the household is making these choices that have implications for who's going to end up with high skill and who's going to end up with lower skill.
Yeah.
And those choices are going to be quite different if they're worried about not staying together for any length of time.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. So there's lots of other things the model could be extended about. I mean, then you need to think about what divorce means, right? So, and there's other literature that does that, right? So we simplify in these.
Seems
So
like kind of a big deal given the divorce rate.
yeah, and also maybe changes over time. So yeah, I mean it's a simplifying assumption. So I don't really have a good answer to that. So we just have singles and couples and we want to understand their behavior. So yeah, good. One more.
Can't you treat those two people as different? People with older children and people who never had children as being different? Because if you have older children out of the house, typically you still support them to some extent. So this is
Right.
to make capture.
Yeah, I mean,
Like
so you mean the fourth and the first
yeah,
state?
like the 5 state. Yeah.
Well, so what should be the fifth one?
So the 5th state would be childless third child forever.
Well, maybe
So
with
childless infertile.
childless.
So it's
well,
not the same thing.
well, that's this state, no?
Well, the way you wrote it is, if I never had kids or I have kids
Right.
who left the house, I'm the same.
Yeah.
Same reality.
Okay, it could be done.
I don't
Yeah.
think you're the
Yeah.
same.
Okay, fine. Yeah. Could be done. Sure. Yeah.
Why do you allow the firm to make wage offers? It could be shown on G but not on K.
Well, so our logic is, okay, gender is easily observed, and marital status and presence or age of kids is not to the employer. So we find this a reasonable assumption. Susan?
You're assuming they're making wage offers that can differ for the same job by gender?
Yes.
Which is
So
illegal or
yeah. So good point. Why is that? Well, we don't call it a wage posting model. We call it a wage offer model. So it's just the idea that I mean, also in the data, we do see within firms sizable wage differences between men and women, even in the same jobs. So there must be a reason why they earn different wages. I mean, well, often this is attributed to bargaining, right? So we don't have a bargaining model. We have like a wage offer model. But like we do allow firms to, I mean, it would be against, the law. But on the other hand, in the data, we do see that, right? So in the same firms, men and women are paid differently for
Often not,
same.
it depends on the stage that people
Yeah.
are employed,
Yeah.
not at the beginning stages where people
Yeah.
take their opinions.
Yeah. So
Should just.
good. So
If the productivity were different, if these wages would be true, even in Germany, I think you would be able to pay different wages. If they truly were to produce different.
absolutely. So with that interpretation, indeed. I mean, if it is this Roy model, this task assignment, then yeah. So yeah, good point actually. Yeah. So I mean, to go back to Guido's earlier question, so skills are set initially, so they're gender specific, drawn from some distribution, but then they accumulate on the job. And also we allow human capital growth to differ between full-time and part-time jobs, and after job they decumulate. So lastly, just briefly again about this parental leave. So a childbirth event is obviously a transition from the first to the second family state. And whenever that happens, either parent, the father or the mother, has the right to give up the current job for a while and to return to the same job at, with some duration, which is a policy parameter. And then there's also this parental allowance, which is this government transfer that's paid in proportion to the previous wage.
Can you talk about that for a second?
Sure.
What does it mean in reality and what does it mean in the model? I mean, I have the right to go back to Penn and say, but don't they have the, I guess in Germany they don't have the right to fire you.
I think what you have to do is you have to tell your employers, you can do this actually up to 3 years. So it's a very long, protected job. But you have to tell your employer in advance how long you actually do it. So many people would say, okay, so I do this for 18 months, and then you have to show up for work after 18 months.
But what is preventing the firm from firing people that take more than a year and a half and then finding an excuse to dismiss them?
Well, because I mean, there's strong EPL and job protection, of course.
They not promote those people.
Yeah, so there are these other
punish them
things.
in other ways.
Yeah, so that's actually what we have in the model, because they would lose human capital when they operate. So, yeah. All right. So preferences of individuals are such that individuals are risk averse, so they have log utility of consumption, and they dislike work. And we have these two terms for disutility of labor. This last term is just this utility for the extensive margin of labor. The middle term is a preference for home hours. And we need these two terms because we want our model to match by gender, but also by demographic state, the participation rates and also the working hours. So that's the role of these alpha and psi parameters, which are indexed by gender G, but also by the demographic group K. And later they're going to be recovered because our model should replicate participation rates and also working hours by gender and demographic group. Okay? So it's the role of these gender parameters here. And then a married household is, as I said before, a unitary household with equal Pareto weights on the two spouses. So this implies then that the household shares labor market risks by assigning half of household consumption to either of the two spouses. And well, we abstract from consumption savings, so household consumption is just the after-tax earnings. And this last point is just saying, okay, so we have taxes and transfers in the model. And importantly, again, in Germany, as in the US, there's a joint progressive household tax.
I mean, full insured doesn't mean equal consumption should be equal margin utility. If you have different hours, they should compensate.
So would you? It's separating the hours. So yeah. Sarah.
I'm sorry if I'm wrong, and feel free to correct me. But I thought in Germany, couples are allowed to split their income while filing taxes. Is that correct?
They are, but most don't, right? So in principle, you can file separately, but it's not in the interest of a household, right? So you're almost better off as soon as there's a difference in earnings between the two spouses. You're better off by filing jointly. Okay. So. Good. Okay, so labor market is again similar. This is the Mortensen model where workers receive offers on and off the job. That's these lambda 0, lambda 1s, which again we allow to vary by gender and by demographic group. Because in the data we do find interesting differences. I report to that later. And then, the only decision workers make on the job finding side is whether or not to accept an offer. So these lambdas are exogenous parameters. The decision is whether or not you want to accept a job. On the separation side, we have exogenous layoffs separately by full-time and part-time hours. And then workers can endogenously quit into non-employment because, one reason could be a demographic transition. Then they are allowed to quit their job. The other one is when parental leave ends, there's no need to return to your previous job. You can always quit your job. And the third is when your spouse accepts a new job, you're also allowed to quit your job. So you see our model has lots of discrete choices, which we all know is problematic in the Burdett-Mortensen model because it creates lots of discontinuities. And we do the standard trick by just smoothing out these discrete choices with a small preference shocks. So this then makes a labor supply of a man and a woman in jobs with full-time and part-time hours a continuous function, which then firms take into account when they set their wages. So these labor supply schedules, you see they are indexed by gender G, by the hours requirement H. So that's what firms take as given. Implicitly, they take as given the job acceptance, job quitting, parental leave take-up behavior of men and women in different types of jobs when they set their wages. So then firms simply, for a given hours requirement, they maximize their flow profits, separately, of course, for men and women. So you would see from this equation why gender gaps arise in our model. Obviously, part of it is because of the gender wedges. So this eta term shows up for the female, it doesn't show up for the man. And the second reason why there are gender gaps in wages is potentially different labor supply elasticities of men and women, which then lead to different wage markdowns.
So this N is going to be a much more complicated object than Mortensen, because there is pay transitions that make
It is. So
and you have to integrate over the case.
So I mean, even though I have 50 minutes here, I don't want to click here. So it's a long Bauman equation, and with lots of continuation utilities with all these discrete choices.
Why are you grading over K's?
So
shouldn't the labor supply depend on K? So that people with kids or parental leave are different than others.
Yes. So that's all included in this object. Yeah. So I should also say, I forgot to say, this is like hours in skill adjusted units, right? So it already takes into account even the skill composition.
It's included because you integrate, or it's included because K is missing from that equation?
K is implicit. It's implicit. It's just a sum.
So you can put this on gender, not on K.
It's all included in the doctrine. Exactly. So, I mean, I can. Maybe it's useful to click here. So, I mean, just like this. Sorry, no, that's the wrong click. So this one. So labor supply is we're just dividing like the total units of skill adjusted hours. So you see we are summing over the skills as the hours, and then at some point we're also summing over all these cases. Actually, did the first summation. So we're summing it over everything, right? So okay, good.
Question of choice. And it's just this proportion delta is just, there's no cost to it. I just choose a fraction of my jobs and make
this last thing, okay, so I need to explain that. So firms, you mean this one, okay. So firms, firms differ again in the productivity Y, right? So and then they choose what fraction of their jobs they post as full-time or part-time jobs, and that there's a cost, and also an idiosyncratic cost, such that in equilibrium, all firms at all productivity ranks, they create both types of jobs, right? And actually what turns out in our model is that more productive firms, because the costs are fixed, they are not linked to productivity, but the benefits of a full-time job are higher for a more productive firm. So more productive firms, which are ultimately the firms that pay higher wages, are those that also create a larger share of full-time jobs. Okay,
but
so.
The calculation should include who at different wage levels is going to accept my offer.
It does. So it's kind of, that decision takes into account everything that happens here.
And just to be sure, this is kind of the only way they can kind of expand. The only way, like, I can't post more jobs or anything like that. I have a given fraction of jobs, a given number of jobs I can post, and I can decide whether they're full and part-time and what wages I pay, and if I want more workers, my options are I pay more or I make more full-time jobs. That's what I got.
Yeah, but the firm dynamics is boring, so it's a fixed measure firm. So it's a standard project modern model. They just differ in their why, and then they just do what's optimal for them.
Right, but I can't just, I don't have other margins to expand.
No, absolutely. Yeah. Okay, good. So, well, that's the model, and just as a reminder, I'm listing here all the parameters that are gender specific. So on the worker side, it's again preferences for home hours. It is job search intensities. It is initial skills. And then on the firm side, it's the gender wedges. And of course, like there's this special case in our model, to which I refer later, we can equate all these gender parameters, and there's no gender inequality in our model. So we calibrate the model to Germany using the socioeconomic panel, which is Germany's equivalent of the PSID. To use household level information about employment hours and wages. But we're also using a second survey data set, which has information actually similar to Andy's, Aishigel's, and Jason's paper, information about job applications of male and female workers, also in different demographic states. And indeed, this second information we use to directly calibrate the search intensities. So to save a bit of time, I don't click here, but I should mention, different from your paper, Andy, Aishigel, Jason. So we actually do find that women search less in married households. Actually, singled men and women are very similar in the German labor market, but in married households, women search less than men. So they send fewer applications, both on and off the job. And the application gap widens after childbirth. And it widens actually quite a lot. So that's why in our model, the search intensities, we like them to differ not only by gender, but also by the demographic group.
Why didn't you add to this the LIAP data?
So the LIAP data has this, we couldn't see couples in the LIAP data. And we are interested in couples. So I mean, for other stuff, sure, the LIAP data would be great. But we wouldn't see the couples.
But you couldn't you can do transitions by gender, transitions.
Exactly.
By
so for some of the moments, indeed, we could use them. We just didn't for this project. Yeah. So okay, so that's also demographics that calibrate externally, and then we have several internal parameters, and to calibrate those, we're just following standard two-step calibration strategies, where in the first step we recover the preference parameters, separation rates from jobs, and also the wage offer distributions, just by targeting the participation hours and distributions and wage distributions. And then in the second step, we set the firm productivity distribution, the gender wedges, and the job posting costs to be to match the offer distributions from step one. So just to briefly, highlight some of these numbers. So, for example, we find layoff rates in part-time, full-time jobs. So part-time jobs are much less stable than full-time jobs. So these are preferences for home hours. Women just have much larger preferences for home hours. This variation by demographic state is also there. It's in the paper. So skill growth is higher in full-time jobs compared to part-time jobs. And I think I should also highlight the gender wedges. They are interesting. So we have a productivity discount of a female worker compared to a male worker of about 8%. So the eta is 0.92 in a full-time job, but it's actually above 1 in a part-time job. So, yeah.
What do I make of that difference between the initial skill ratio being so different between men and women?
Yeah, so it is different actually in such a way that actually female workers, we want to match the initial wage distribution. So that's the target for the initial skills. Mm-hmm. And actually the female workers are more productive than male workers.
Is it coming from the education gap?
I think it's coming, it's just a jointly calibrated parameter together with all the gender wedges and the other stuff in our model. It just needed to match the data. We don't really have a good rationale for it. So, 2 more.
You can go.
Oh, sorry. How do you feel about that eta P, eta F being so different? If you think about taste-based discrimination, you would think they would be the same number. What do you? I know you need it to fit the data, but what do you make of it?
I'll give you the interpretation in a second, but maybe let me collect also Philip's.
I have 2 questions. One's about the home hours. Are they mostly different when the child is there and when not? And because they are indexed by the preference for home hours are indexed by K, right? By the amount of children.
Yes,
right?
they vary.
Is the difference showing up when K equals 2 and higher and otherwise not?
I think my courses would be better able to answer. So this is like an average value, but we do see substantial variation over these Ks. So yeah, it drops sharply. So.
It's probably not fair to say that it's the women's preferences. It could as well be that it's the men preference.
It's both.
And the woman who does it, right? I mean,
so both. It's both, right? So we wanna.
But it sounds like it's the women who want that. It could. It's a unitary household. It could
okay. So what is it, right? I mean, it's additive preferences for both spouses, and therefore the household jointly values home hours, right? So it could send. I mean, you call it social norms or preferences, whatever, right? So it's.
And the last question I have is, how do you separately identify the initial skill ratio from the gender wedge? I don't understand how that
Good
works.
question,
right?
good question. So the initial skills is just for labor market entrance, right? It's just for 25, 26-year-olds. That's how we do it in the data. The gender wedge is for everyone. So I do understand this general difficulty of disentangling what is productivity, what's the firm side, what's the worker side, right? So our take on this is, okay, so we have these gender wedges, which could be, task assignment, it could be perceived, taste-based discrimination, and then on the worker side, we are just fixing the initial skills. The rest of the skills is endogenous, right? So skills is human capital that accumulates on the job.
In particular, one is going to have a life cycle component.
It has exactly, that's what it is, yeah.
So the identification threat, so to speak, would be if you were to allow the growth to continue even past 2, even past high, so that there is a constant growth.
Absolutely. So let me answer your question. So you were asking, okay, so you understand, we recovered like together with all the other parameters. But why we see this difference? So this kind of 27% premium of a female worker, perceived premium in a part-time job, it's coming from the fact that actually in the labor supply elasticity of female workers in our model is highly inelastic. So women just like to work in part-time jobs even when they have very low wages. That leads to high wage markdowns and ultimately actually to a gender gap even in part-time jobs. So you would think from this parameter, do women earn higher wages in part-time jobs? They don't. There is actually there's a wage penalty even in part-time jobs, but that's just coming from the fact that in our model, the labor supply elasticity of females is much less elastic compared to males. So therefore the wage markdowns are so high. And that has to be fixed by this gender wedge. So that's the logic in the model. Okay. So, all right. So let me then, okay, so I've 15 minutes, that's good. So I think I want to briefly talk like one model fit slide. So this is targeted. We want to target the participation rates by demographic group and by gender. So you see on the x-axis the 4 demographic groups. So as I explained before, top is the man. So for men you see they actually work more when they have kids compared to before, but they work very little part-time. And the part-time share doesn't really vary over the life cycle. For women it's very different. They work much less when they have kids, so the participation rate goes down a lot. The part-time share goes up. And it actually remains high even when the kids are older. So that's targeted. In terms of non-targeted moments, one thing that we find is the sorting by firm size. So here in these graphs, you see on the x-axis firms in 3 size groups, small, medium, large, and the shares of men and women in these jobs, where the blue is part-time jobs, the red is full-time jobs, the lighter colors is individuals with kids, the darker colors without kids. So to make it short, you see on the left panels, the women are more frequently employed in smaller firms, and they are more often in part-time jobs. So it is in our data, but also in the model, the smaller firms that create more part-time jobs. And especially after childbirth, women sort into not only part-time work, but also into smaller firms. And the opposite holds for men. So men, of course, they work very little part-time, but they actually work more in larger firms, especially when they have kids, after they have kids. Okay, so that's one thing. The other thing that our model matches, which is not targeted, is the child penalty in earnings and also in employment. So here we do these usual event study graphs that show gender gaps before and after childbirth, comparing the data in the model, and turns out that if you look at like 5 to 10 years after childbirth in the data and in the model, earnings for women relative to men are 60% down. So that the model generates, and it also generates that half of that, and that is a very Germany-specific, also other European country-specific thing, half of that is coming from the employment, from the extensive labor margin, and the other half is essentially the hours margin. Right? So the model. The wage is very little. There's a wage margin, but it's small. Okay, so
in the same spirit, you could do a scattering effect or layoff event instead of childbirth.
Sorry.
So an event study is at a child, a different event study, I lose a job, which you have in the model.
Yeah.
So you would
that we could do it. Sure. Yeah.
So that would be another.
That would be another actually interesting. Yeah,
So
I agree.
It does differ in the US for women. It differs quite a bit.
Yeah.
So your model must imply very little human capital depreciation while unemployed.
Is there? We saw like it's this 0.08 annually wage loss.
Okay.
So it's not that small. It's not that small.
So
okay, so well, wages matter, but the hours is the bit.
Because you said that there's human capital depreciation when you are on maternity leave, so it doesn't seem to make an effect.
Yeah. So actually,
it might be self-selection.
Yeah. There's also selection, of course, in the data and in the model. Yeah. Okay, so let me go to the results, and first begin with so what drives the gender gaps in our model? So we do to figure out like supply and demand side the different forces. So remember again on the worker side, workers differ in preferences for home hours, in search, and also in initial skills. So we bundle that all together, and then on the firm side we have the gender wedges, and also firms offer wages to men and women, right? So So the first counterfactual that we do is we equate all the worker side parameters. We're just simply setting, for example, preference for all home hours of men and women to their average values. But we let the gender wedges to be active, and of course then firms are allowed to adjust their wages in accordance to that. So that's one scenario. The exact opposite scenario is where we eliminate the gender wedges. So there, productivity of men and women is the same, but all the supply side parameters are active, to which here firms respond in equilibrium in this counterfactual. So this counterfactual we call supply plus statistical discrimination, because firms respond to different job acceptance, job quitting behavior, and parental leave take-up of men and women. So to remove the statistical discrimination part, the third counterfactual, which we call pure supply, instead fixes the offer distribution by using the wage offers from the full gender equality economy, where everything is equated across genders. So what do we find? So the benchmark model, and that's actually targeted, has this earnings gap on average of 50%. A large chunk of that is just coming from the fact that women work less than men at the extensive margin, that's the blue, at the hours margin, that's the red, and then the hourly wage gap accounts for 47%, or 20-something percentage points of the earnings gap. So the gender wedge counterfactual is essentially accounting for a large part of the hourly wage gap, to which then workers respond by adjusting employment hours, but only a little bit. So when we do supply and statistical, well, that accounts for a gender gap of 44%, and largely for the gaps in employment and hours. And when we do the pure supply, well, that brings down again the wage gap, because that obviously reflects some of the statistical discrimination. So because the model is nonlinear, we cannot simply add up these bars, but we do a decomposition, like a Shapley-Owen-Shorrock's decomposition, where we find the headline numbers I reported in the introduction. So supply accounts for 60% of the earnings gap. And then the firm side, both the gender wedges and the statistical discrimination, by about 20%. Okay, so over the life cycle, well, the gender earnings gap widened. So on average, it was 50%. You see, before childbirth, it's about 30%, but it goes down to over 70% for individuals with young kids, and then it recovers gradually. So when we do the counterfactuals, we find that the gender wedge scenario has a roughly constant over the life cycle gender gap of, again, like 15%. And the pure supply, so the dotted curve, that traces pretty much what actually happens in the model. So, and also statistical discrimination doesn't vary too much over the life cycle. So we conclude that it is the supply side that matters for the widening gender gap after childbirth, whereas the demand-driven gaps are fairly constant. And the main reason is simply that it's mostly the employment and hours margin, whereas the wage margin, well, that's a separate object that I want to study on this slide. So we also look into what happens to the hourly wage gap between men and women. So if you look into the gap between the average wage of a man and of a woman, we can split that into a part-time penalty term by simply assigning every woman the male hours. If we additionally assign the women the male skills, we measure the skill gap. We assign them the same wages that women have in the same firms. We measure the within-firm wage gap. And then the remaining term is just the different sorting of men and women across firms. So what we find is in this particular decomposition, which, by the way, we can only do in the model, we can't really do this in the data. So we find that the within-firm gap is the largest contributor to the overall hourly wage gap, but it's actually fairly constant over the life cycle. What actually happens is, the reason is why the wage gap widens for individuals with young and older kids is, women work more part-time, so then the part-time penalty starts to contribute more. And also they sort more into less productive, lower paying firms. That actually matters most for individuals with young kids. Okay, so that's the conclusion here. And then also the skill gap widens, but it actually matters relatively little quantitatively. All right, so
before
we go to the last question. Okay.
could work two tasks. So the green could still be tasked, just to be clear.
Indeed.
So this,
indeed it is.
This
Yeah.
would be the man.
Indeed.
So the majority could still be the man.
The majority, exactly. The majority could be stuff that we don't, model besides the gender wedges. Indeed. I agree. Good. Okay, so income pooling. So let's go to the income pooling results. So what happens if we shut down income pooling? And as I explained before, income pooling has these two dimensions. So workers, here. So one is the joint taxation. So we can, if we move the economy from a joint tax to a separate tax, that's like one way how to split the incomes. The other one is to say, let's also counterfactually force the two spouses not to share labor market risks, but rather consume their after-tax earnings separately. So that second scenario we call separate decision. Why? Because in that scenario, the two spouses really make independent job acceptance, job quitting decisions. They don't care about the other spouse. So what we find? So we do find that when we do these counterfactuals, the gender earnings gap shrinks big time. So it goes from these 50% in the last separate decision counterfactual to 32.2. Much of the reduction is in wages, so I'll talk about that next, but just briefly, there's also a reduction in the participation. So actually more women work. So you see the blue goes down, but actually the women that work more, when it is mothers, they actually happen to work more part-time. So that's why the red goes up. So the hourly gap widens, yet I think something like 4 percentage points of the shrinking gender gap is due to women just working more. But the biggest effect is on the wages. So the question is, why does the wage gap decline? And that has to do with firms. So let me show what happens to the firms. So these graphs show the PDFs of the wage offer distributions in the left in the benchmark model, right? So we are comparing wages offered to men in blue to those for women in red, and full-time jobs solid, part-time jobs dashed. So full-time jobs, firms offer higher wages compared to part-time jobs, and there is a gender wage gap in both, and it's larger in full-time jobs. So that's the benchmark model. When we go to separate taxation, and especially to separate decisions, the gender gaps shrink. And not only that, you can see the distributions all shift to the left, especially the wage offer distributions in full-time jobs. Why is that? Well, turns out that labor supply actually becomes less elastic for both spouses. So you see also firms, even for the women, here we are like at the top firm would offer 35 to a female worker. In the separate decision case, it's 40 euros in the benchmark case. So they offer lower wages to both because both workers' labor supply becomes less elastic. So that's not surprising because some literature on the household search also finds that with income pooling, reservation wages are higher, and labor supply is actually more elastic, right? So because you have another spouse that earns income, if you don't have the other spouse, your reservation wages go down, labor supply is less elastic. And then firms respond to that with greater wage markdowns to both genders. Now the wage markdown is bigger for the man, so that's what brings down the gender wage gap. Why is it? Well, think about once you separate spouses, an extra euro earned by the man has a smaller impact on household utility compared to an extra euro paid to the woman. Why is that? Well, because the man earns higher income, so pays a higher marginal tax rate, and also because he earns higher income has a lower marginal utility. So the extra euro that goes to the man has a smaller impact on household utility. For this reason, male labor supply becomes particularly inelastic, and therefore the wage markdowns for the man become much higher. So then we also do this decomposition into the three driving forces: gender wedges, pure supply, and statistical discrimination. So the left decomposition you've seen before in the benchmark model. When we go to the separate decision and separate taxation scenario, you see that statistical discrimination ultimately entirely disappears. So we conclude with this model that statistical discrimination is actually a result of the income pooling in households. It's only there because households pool income and therefore specialize. So ultimately, you can also say once we separate individuals in our model, their labor supply elasticities become very similar. So then, but it's not in the benchmark model. All right, so I only have a few seconds. We also do some stuff on parental leave. Effects, I think, are fairly small. So let me just skip it and just stop with the conclusion. So, and also, instead of like reading everything on the conclusion slide, I want to highlight just, I think, this main result that our model, I think, sheds light on this interaction between household income pooling and specialization and the firm's wage setting, which I think is key for our results. So I think I'll conclude 20 minutes before the time. Thank you so much.
Invite more questions from the back, so I will shut up. Philip will shut up because Billy is the coach, and so he has to shut up. We don't never shut up. Okay. And we'll use the proper timer. Okay. There you go.
So it's very nice to be here today. So thank you to the organizers for putting us on the program. I'm going to be talking about a paper titled Advising Job Seekers in Occupations with Poor Prospects. And it's a joint work with Michel Belot, Didier Forge, with Philip right here, Paul Muller, and Sandra Flippe. And so the clicker works. So we're really what we're focused on in this paper is really unemployed job seekers in low demand occupations. And so I'm going to use low demand occupations and low tightness, so a low number of vacancies for the number of job seekers interchangeably here. But we see that they face particularly large reemployment challenges. Because compared to a job seeker that is looking for work, unemployed, and looking for work in an occupation with a reasonable number of vacancies, it is quite likely that without massively changing their search strategy, they will be able to find employment at some point. Whereas for people who are looking mostly in these low demand occupation, that is very much less so the case. And so we have seen such imbalances in the labor market. For instance, with the first wave of automation, we saw that, for instance, administrative assistants, the labor demand for these types of occupations really decreased. And of course, currently in the age of AI, we might see that happen for other types of occupations as well. Now, there's many solutions to this, but a lot of them are actually quite costly. So if you think, for instance, about things like retraining, those are actually quite costly to implement. From a policy perspective, so this is obviously hard to do, to implement and to sort of make available, but also from the perspective of the individual, because they have to invest a lot of time to actually be able to retrain their foregone earnings and so on and so forth, and so that is quite costly. So what we propose in this paper is essentially a personalized intervention where we try to redirect search from these low demand occupations to these high demand occupations, while taking into account the types of skills that these people in these low demand occupations have. And essentially the goal of this is to reduce this idea of mismatch unemployment. So essentially by sort of moving people who are searching in these low tightness occupations to search more in these high tightness occupations, we hope to increase the actual total employment in this economy. But there's going to be many open questions, right? So can we actually move individuals across occupations, and can we do so quite easily, or do we need these very costly solutions, such as, for instance, retraining? And is it actually true that if you inform job seekers about the situation in their occupation and about suitable alternatives that provide better labor market prospects, will they actually decide to move based on that information? And so that's what we're doing in this paper. So let me give you an illustration of the type of occupations that I'm talking about, because I think that will make it a little bit more intuitive. So what I'm plotting here on this slide is the number of job seekers registered with the Dutch Employment Office in April of 2021 who were registered in one of two occupations. So on the left-hand side, we have the web and software developers, and on the right-hand side, we have the graphic designers, and there's approximately an equal number of job seekers in these occupations. However, if we look at the number of vacancies, we actually see that the tightnesses differ substantially between these occupations. So we see that for the web or software developers, there's actually almost a vacancy per job seeker, or even slightly more than a vacancy per job seeker, whereas for the graphic designers, the ratio of job seekers to vacancies is about 50-1. And so of course, for these graphic designers, if they stick to just looking for work in this graphic design occupation, it is going to be very difficult for them to find a job. So they will need to adjust their strategy, and one of the strategies that we propose is to perhaps focus on an occupation that uses much of the same skills, but has much better labor market prospects. And indeed, we see that graphic designers can transition to, for instance, web or software development quite well. So what we're going to do in this project is we're going to target job seekers who are looking for work in these occupations with poor prospects, and we're going to do two things. So first, we're going to give them very clear information about how dire the situation in their occupation is. So we're going to tell them that the job finding chances for them are quite low, regardless of how good they potentially are. And then we're going to give information about more promising alternatives that likely fit their abilities, and we're going to do that based on transition matrices from jobs to jobs. And what's nice about this is we developed and evaluated this in collaboration with the Dutch Employment Office. And what's great about this is that, one, we get access to a large sample, but also we get access to very good administrative data on earnings, hours worked, and so on and so forth. And what we're going to find is that this intervention, this fairly light touch intervention, is actually going to substantially increase hours worked and earnings for the people who received it. So we see about a 5 to 6% increase in employment and earnings at 18 months with a quarterly campaign currently implemented. So in terms of how this relates to the literature, I think the big thing that we do is that we focus on people in these low demand labor markets, and we really put this front and center. So where a lot of papers have sort of done these transition type matrices and sort of tried to figure out which occupations would be good recommendations for people, not many have really focused specifically on these low demand occupations, because the type of information that you want to give in this case is maybe slightly different from someone who is looking for work in an occupation with better labor market prospects. So what we say, as I said before, is really, okay, the situation is quite bad here, you need to move to somewhere else. And this sort of extends the informativeness of what we see in prior work, but it also sort of distinguishes itself from these black box recommender systems that are often integrated in platforms that make it harder for job seekers to really integrate this in their broader search strategy, but really rely on being implemented in a specific job search platform. What's also nice about our project is that we do this in collaboration with the Dutch Employment Office, which means that they have already been able to implement this, and it's easy for them to scale up, as evidenced by the permanent rollout, and leads to long-lasting effects. And there's a lot of work also in this field experimental literature on sort of how do you make sure that when you scale up an intervention that was designed by academics and is now being implemented by, for instance, a government organization, how do you make sure that that actually remains effective? And I think the fact that we sort of co-designed this makes that a lot easier. Next, there's obviously also a lot of concerns with general equilibrium effect. When you're moving people from one occupation to another, what is going to happen? And what happens in our intervention is that because we move people from these very, very low tightness occupations to these really high tightness occupations, we sort of take these general equilibrium effects into account by design, and we avoid massive problems with congestion in the labor market simply because there are so many vacancies to sort of absorb these people that now transition to these different markets. And what we show in a model calibration that I'll talk about at the end of this talk is that actually there is room for a lot more advice. So we see that we would, according to our model at least, be able to scale up this intervention to a much larger group of people. And lastly, there's also this literature on behavioral economics in job search with beliefs. And what we see there is that job seekers don't have very good sense of how likely they are to find a job and that they might not sort of learn about this properly. What we're going to show is that they also seem to have very little understanding of sort of tightness and how tightness is likely going to affect their probabilities of finding a job. And I see a question there.
Is there some requirement that you have to post a vacancy if you want to hire somebody as a graphic designer? I mean, what I'm thinking about is maybe it's a small market where everybody knows everybody, and this comparison of the number of people looking with the number of posted vacancies might be a bit misleading.
That's a very good question. So the answer is no, but in this case, we rely for these sort of, by determining low demand occupation, we rely on a job finding score that is constructed by the Dutch Employment Office. It involves mostly tightness, but they also look at sort of outflow to employment, and it looks like these two are very strong correlates. So I'll actually show you that these people sort of don't manage to find jobs that easily. So this does not seem to be what's going on. Yeah?
Well, how do I think about certifications or occupational licenses? Because I can teach high school math, but I'm not allowed to, right?
Yeah.
So do you take that into account? Or?
So we don't take it into account explicitly. So we rely basically on common occupational transition, and we're sort of agnostic about why these occupational transitions occur commonly. Mm-hmm. And so we're basically, if we see that happen a lot in the data, then apparently it is sufficiently easy for people in these sort of selection occupations, these occupations they transfer from, to, if they need to acquire these types of credentials, to actually acquire them.
Because high tightness occupations, they have an incentive to protect their tightness as well by putting barriers to entry to those occupations, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure how what the case is here. What I can say about this for our project is that we are sort of agnostic about this. And we are saying, okay, these transitions happen commonly enough for us to sort of include them as suggestions to people, and we see that actually helps. Yeah? Okay, so in terms of the agenda, what I want to do, I first want to briefly talk about sort of how we thought about designing this type of actionable advice. Then I want to talk about how we set up the randomized controlled trial together with the Dutch Employment Office, show you some sort of pre-experimental descriptive statistics on these beliefs that I talked about before, show you the main results of our experiment, and then lastly, I want to talk about general equilibrium effects, where we're going to calibrate a relatively simple model. Any further questions so far? Yeah.
I have one question about why wouldn't, if these workers can roughly do the same job, why wouldn't firms step in and advertise in the other market, take some workers there, and then kind of have them do the other job? Anyways, right? Wouldn't firms have an incentive to just advertise in the other market and just fill up with jobs and then kind of have them do the other tasks that they can anyways do?
Yeah, it's a very good question. So we don't really think about firms here. We're really sort of looking at this from the perspective of the job seeker, but it would potentially be an option. We know that job seekers kind of look quite narrowly in their own occupation, so maybe they're sort of missing these vacancies, but it could be a solid strategy for firms, I suppose, to sort of really try and target these types of job titles. All right, so how do we design actionable advice? So basically the goal here is that we want to help job seekers who are looking for work in these occupations with poor labor market prospects. And so what we use to determine poor labor market prospects is the job finding score that the Employment Office developed. And so this job finding score, as I said before, is mostly determined based on tightness, but also on outflow. So job finding rates for these individuals, and it ranges from a score of 2 to 10, and it's computed for a very narrowly set of defined occupations, more than 600. And I'm going to get to what exactly it means for this job finding score to be low, to be 2 or 3. But we basically select large occupations that have a score of 2 or 3 in the first quarter of 2021, and that's going to give us 21 selection occupations in this case. So how bad is a job finding score of 2 to 3? So what you see on this graph on the x-axis is the job finding score of an occupation, and on the y-axis you see the number of job seekers per vacancy. And you can see that the occupations that have a job finding score of 2 to 3, there's about 30 to 70 job seekers per vacancy in these occupations. So there's really a lot of competition for the individual vacancies. And getting ahead of myself a little bit, what we are ultimately going to do with these recommendations is we're going to only recommend occupations that have a job finding score of 6 or higher, which generally has fewer than 5 job seekers per vacancy, but on average actually only 2 job seekers per vacancy. Yeah. So then we have defined, question there.
Yeah, so do you know if these are just temporary moments where there's like very few vacancies, or it's like permanently this industry is shutting down?
So very good question. In our case, we're going to focus on those with structurally poor labor market prospects. As I said, this took place in 2021, so we had the COVID pandemic to deal with. We see that there are a couple of these 21 selection occupations that had bad labor market prospects just because of the COVID-19 pandemic. In the Netherlands, basically right after we did our treatment, a lot of the COVID-19 measures were relaxed, and so we're going to focus on that group where this is structural. So where basically these occupations had such a bad job finding score early in 2020 and then also in late 2021. So in this case, what we're going to focus on today, it's very much structural.
And can you go back in time and tell us that before they were not like that?
That's a good question. We haven't done that, and I don't think we have that data available. But perhaps we can look at this. It's a fair question. Yeah.
So you look at labor market tightness by occupation, but I think the regional dimension might also be quite important. Occupations by regions, right? And if advice to people.
So my sense of that sort of mismatch literature is that geographical variation is much less important. I think it's Marinescu and Ratlo that show that basically there is some regional variation in vacancies, but people live close enough basically to these vacancies. And so it seems like regional variation is not the main driver here. We do see a lot of dispersion in terms of occupational tightness, specifically in the Netherlands. Sorry.
It's a very small country.
It's also a very small country. Yeah, I didn't want to say that because I commute every day to Amsterdam. It takes me a long time, but it is true. It is true. It is a relatively small country, and so geographical variation might also be less important even here than in the U.S. But I think also from that literature in the U.S., geographical variation is less important than occupational mismatch. Yeah. Okay, so how do we then select these suitable alternative, because there's two demands here. We need these occupations to actually be a good fit, so we need to make sure that people in these selection occupations are actually able to transition to these new occupations, but also these need to provide good job opportunities. And I think, and this also relates to the question I got earlier, that in many cases this might bite, right? An occupation that is a good fit likely has a lot of the same skills requirements, might not always provide good job opportunities, and so we're going to take care of this. So we start basically by finding occupations that fit, and that relates also to Aishigul's question. What we have from the employment office is resume data, and in this resume data we find occupational transitions. And we're going to actually take a very simple step, and we say how often for each of these selection occupations do transitions to these other occupations occur. The more often this occurs, the better the fit the occupation likely is, and the lower the constraints in terms of credentials or something like this are likely going to be. Now, within that set of occupations that we have sort of transitions for, we select those that provide good job opportunities. And as I said before, that's going to be a job finding score of 6 or higher.
Are you worried that there may be lots of measurement issues here around these occupational transitions? If it's from resume data, maybe it might not just be reflecting true transitions, or so the advice that you're giving is partially sort of based on.
So the thing I would be worried about when there is measurement error in these transitions is that we would basically just not be able to rank things because it sort of attenuates, right? But we actually see for a lot of occupations, it's very clear that the most common transition is this, and then this, and then this. So I'm sort of, if measurement error is there, I would expect it to sort of attenuate this, but we are actually quite easily able to distinguish which occupations are good fits.
So I'm a bit confused about identification of demand and supply here. So you want to think of this as fit is about technology, and now some people may not be transitioning from occupation A to B precisely because they don't know they fit, which the problem you're trying to resolve. That would be a supply story. So you may be targeting the wrong occupations, which is transition never occurred, but that's where the biggest bang for the buck was. And you're looking at occupations where transition was already occurring, which meant that people kind of knew about it, and that could be what you're saying, but see what I mean? There's a demand and supply here.
So I think I sort of see two questions. One is there might be sort of hidden transitions here that we're not picking up. Fair point, that's true.
I'm just saying, observing the transition to be observed could be low, either because they don't fit or because they don't know they fit.
Sure. Yeah. So we might be missing some.
And now you're taking those out and focusing on those where they do fit, which means some transition did occur. Which could be where your intervention actually less bite.
Yeah, so it could be that we're sort of missing certain transitions just because the number of transitions is low, but it would actually be a good transition.
No,
sorry.
You're missing opportunities.
Yeah, missing opportunities. Sorry, that's what I mean.
As a follow-up to Giuseppe, is there something like an ONET
yeah, there is.
To measure like occupational closeness in technological terms.
So I think there is a European version of ONET. We haven't looked at this, but it is actually interesting. There's also a paper by.
Probably you can use the US one.
Yeah, if we can link it to the occupational classifications that we have, then that would be an option. Yeah. There's also a paper that sort of looks at.
To separate precisely.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Fair enough.
Just very quickly, we did in much smaller thing long time ago, which we did in Scotland. We did look at both ONET and the transitions. There's a lot of commonality, but the ONET doesn't, or at least the version we looked at didn't. It looks at skills, but it doesn't have all these kind of are there kind of qualifications I need, licenses, and so on, which these transitions are nicely picking up. So we maybe understate what we could have done.
Yeah.
But it's a good start.
Yeah.
If ONET and the transitions align, then it means like the people already know about it, but now you're saying they don't know about it.
So
I mean, maybe it's a matter of degree.
I think there's going to be some people that know about these transitions. I'm going to show you later on, based on click data, that people seem to be interested in the transitions we provide, and we see a difference in sort of the number of occupational transitions that people in the treatment make. So just to give you a couple of examples, we see the graphic designer to web developer transition. Another example would be archivist to notarial assistant. I also looked it up for today, because of course we might expect that with AI there's some different selection occupations, some different transitions. We see, for instance, that translators often manage to become, for instance, language instructors. So this is still a moving thing, but these are two examples from our set. Okay, so what does this information then look like? So we sent this email to people, and we sort of have two key objectives here. The first thing is that we want to really stress the poor prospects in the occupation. And so what we say in the email is that they are looking for work in an occupation where there are a lot of job seekers, but very few vacancies, so that even if they are very good, it is going to be very difficult to find a job. And we make it very clear in the visualization that the likelihood of finding a job in their occupation is low. The second thing we want to accomplish is make sure that we make it very clear that there's good prospects in these transition occupations. And so we have 7 to 9 alternatives. I'm showing you 2 here so that the picture is still readable, where we very explicitly state that these have better likelihoods of finding a job. And then on top of that, we add some information on the required skill, because this is based on occupations, and so people within the occupation might differ in terms of what types of skills they have and what they might like to do. We have an automation risk indicator, and people can click to get more information, where they will also be able to find, for instance, vacancies. So, yeah, of course.
Good prospects. Don't you want to multiply the wage by the job finding rate or something like this when you're ranking these?
Yeah, so that's a good point. We mostly focus here on job finding prospects. We have looked in the data. We don't really see big wage differences between the occupations people transition from and the occupations people transition to. Yep. All right, so onto the experimental evaluation. So we're going to look at the stock of job seekers that lists one of these, for now, 21 selection occupations as their preferred occupation on their digital CV. We selected these people in March of 2021, where there were about 30,000, and we're going to focus on those who are fully unemployed, which does not need to be the case in the Netherlands for you to be registered as unemployed, because a lot of people take partial unemployment. We then randomly assign these people to a control group, that's 33%, and then we have true treatment groups. One gets the information visualization that I just showed you, and the other had, in addition to that, a motivational video treatment to which a link was shared at the bottom of the email. Ultimately, we essentially have a failure to treat here, so this link was sort of buried too far in the email and basically nobody clicked on it. So for the rest of the talk, I'm just going to focus on the control versus the information treatment distinction. And then for an orthogonal 33%, because we were worried that maybe if we send a lot of questions about how you think about occupations, how you think about job search, we sent those surveys about beliefs and job search behavior. Now, I already got a question about structural versus non-structural poor labor market prospect. This was an interesting time, I think, in the whole world, but also in the Netherlands. We ultimately sent our intervention in April of 2021. By that time, we still had a curfew, so there was actually a time before which you had to be home. 2 months later, the bars opened back up again. And so this obviously had a massive impact on the labor market prospects of certain contact occupations. And so this is really not the focus of our analysis, because these occupations had poor prospects in February of 2020, good prospects in February of 2020, had bad prospects in March of 2021 when we selected them, but then also improved a lot. And this is really not in the spirit of the intervention this is not what we're trying to do. We're not trying to move these people. The people we're really trying to move are these people in these structurally poor occupations. So what we're going to focus on is this non-COVID sample, which is going to give us a little over 10,000 job seekers. So in terms of timeline, we sent these treatment emails in April and May of 2021. Just before we sent the emails, we sent the pre-experimental survey. Just after we sent the second email, we sent a post-experimental survey. I'm going to be talking to you about the pre-experimental survey because I think there's some interesting descriptives in that survey. I will not really be talking about the post-experimental survey. We have a very small sample there, so it's hard to conclude anything. Now, what we then have on top of that is nice administrative data. What's good about that is that we have that for a very long time period. We have it for a couple of months before the experiment, and then 18 months after the experiment. The 18-month outcomes are the ones we're going to be focusing on for the most part. What's nice about that is that we have very good data on hours, on earnings. The problem with the Dutch administrative data is that occupations are not included. So what we're not able to speak to is whether we see that people actually transitioned from these selection occupations to these transition occupations that we recommended. So for that, we rely on outflow surveys. And so we send these outflow surveys to people for whom we observed an earnings increase of 300 euros month to month in the months following the intervention. And we ask these people sort of whether they indeed found a job and whether they found a job in a different occupation than their initial occupation. So let me go to a few pre-experimental descriptors because I think that's interesting. So when we look at sort of how people feel and how people behave when it comes to alternative occupations, we see that people actually already spend a little bit of time searching for these alternatives. They actually feel relatively willing to consider other occupations. They feel relatively confident to work in occupations in which they don't have experience, and they believe that their skills are transferable. And so what we conclude from this is that people are at least relatively willing and confident to search in these alternative occupations.
So what's the scale of these numbers?
Sorry, this is these are Likert scale, and this is hours per week.
Sorry, what's the first one?
Likert scale from 1 to 5, basically. So they moderately agree with this with these statements, and there's some variation, of course, between individuals, but there's clearly people that are willing to consider these alternatives. So then, how do these people search? So what you see here is that people search most people search in not so many occupations, but generally in more than one. What's interesting about this is that people seem to search maybe in multiple occupations, but a lot of these occupations have relatively similar tightnesses. There's some variation here that we're going to exploit in a second, but people sort of tend to search for similar types of occupations that do not, for the most part, for 80% of the sample, include our suggestions. I see a question there. I'll take it right now.
This is what, 2-digit occupation, 3-digit occupation?
This is 4-digit occupation, I believe.
4-digit.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's pretty granular.
Yeah, it's pretty granular.
So then, I guess the 3 occupations, maybe if you could give us like some examples would be useful.
So,
within a certain group of occupation is, a 4-digit occupation, what it corresponds to. How broad the search is across occupations.
Examples you gave before?
The example you gave before, I guess must be 2 or 3-digit maybe, no?
No, the occupations that we give in the sort of in the information.
Designer, graphic designer versus web.
I think that's 4-digit. Yeah, and that's what we're sort of doing here as well, right? And so what I think is most interesting here is that 80% sort of doesn't include one of our suggestions in their search set in the survey. Now, this does not necessarily mean that they have never considered these occupations, right? It could be that they looked at these occupations, decided, oh, this is not for me, I don't want to include it. But I'm going to show you in a second that we see a response to the email and we see that people actually click on the links to get more information about these occupations, which to us shows that there is some interest. And
these newly unemployed workers or these?
No, it's a full set of unemployed job seekers. It's the stock of unemployed job seekers in the Netherlands in April of 2021. So there's a lot of variation. We actually will show, I won't show it today, but I'll give you the conclusion. We actually show that this is the intervention that we do is mostly effective for people who are longer term unemployed, so over 24 weeks of unemployment. But they're on there, yeah. All right, so then I think this is sort of the most interesting graph here. We sort of exploit this difference in occupational tightness of the occupations that people select. There's not much variation, so as you see that the average tightness is still quite low. But what we show here is basically that the mean log tightness of the occupations that people select in the survey on the x-axis, and the expected job offer rate for 2 months on the y-axis. And what you see is that this is a relatively flat slope, right? What you see on the right-hand side here is the mean log tightness of occupations people list on their CV when they enter an employment. So this we have for a lot more people. And what we see is that those individuals who list higher tightness occupations are actually much more likely to find employment at the 18-month mark.
So just for clarification, on the left side,
yeah.
This is beliefs about before they even search or they've searched?
So this is at the moment we survey them. So this is before the experiment, but they may have been unemployed for 20 weeks, for instance.
So you ask about both. You ask about So they know the tightness or the...
No, so they don't know the tightness. We just ask them which occupation do you search in. We take the tightness of yes, correct, yeah.
So this could be misunderstanding of the matching function, it could be just lack of information.
Correct, exactly, correct, perfect, yeah.
They just don't see how many vacancies are there, I mean, these computers?
They might see how many vacancies are there, but I think it's much harder for them to see how many job seekers are there, right? Okay, so what we want to sort of conclude from this is that this pre-survey sort of shows fertile grounds for an intervention. So we see that these job seekers are confident and they're willing to search in these alternative occupations, but our suggestions are not that often included. And they look uninformed, and as you say, they might be uninformed about the tightness, might be uninformed about the matching function, about sort of what tightness means for the likelihood of finding a job. Now, I've said this a couple of times already, but just to show you, we got a fairly high open rate for these emails. So the average for the employment office is 50%. So we actually got more people to open this email, of which then 25% on the first email actually clicked on an occupation. What's interesting also, and I think relevant for sort of the credibility of our design, is that the information that we present actually predicts whether people click on it. So we see that a job or an occupation with a higher likelihood of finding a job is more likely to be clicked on for more information. And the same is true for the low automation risk indicator and transition commonality, the latter of which we don't actually show. So with the second email included as well, we see a total open rate of about 80%, where 30% clicks, and the employment office was very happy about these results. So then let's go to long-term labor market outcomes. What I'm showing you here is a graph with a number of controls. Basically, how does the treatment differ from the control group? And what you see here is that individuals in the treatment group are actually more likely to find employment, to have positive earnings 18 months after the treatment. We see that the impact is about 5% here. Now I think that's interesting and that's good news for the employment office, but one thing you might worry about is, well, maybe these people, because they transition to a different occupation, they might be starting at the bottom of the ladder, and so they might be cut in terms of hours or earnings. We see that that is not true. So we see here a monthly hours worked. We see also a big increase for the treatment group that goes to about 6% after 18 months. And for earnings, we see the same thing, which also allows us to essentially conclude that these wages or these hourly wages don't actually change for the treated. So it's not like they're ending up in much worse jobs, at least on these dimensions. I see two questions. I see Andy there. Yeah, so I don't have hourly earnings here, but that's also it's the same. So yeah. Yeah. Sorry?
Even at the monthly level, the monthly earning could be driven by hours.
Can you show these two again? This is
Yep.
6% hours and 6% earnings.
Yeah.
So it's not the same. Yeah.
Yeah. So hours go up by about the same amount as total earnings. So that means I saw another question. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you see people returning to their previous occupation eventually, or they stay in this new occupation?
So this is a limitation of the data. So we can only get this from the outflow survey, which we ask relatively soon after they leave unemployment, essentially. And so I don't know if they ultimately end up in that same occupation again. My sense is no, because I don't think people switch jobs very often in the Netherlands. But yeah, we can see that with this data. Leo.
I don't have a mic, but so do you actually see if people switch occupations? So I haven't seen this in your graph. So.
That's a great question. I'll go to it now. So based on the outflow survey, with all the caveats of doing a survey which is selected on the fact that people have actually found employment where we find a small effect, we can bound the impact. It's not going to be massive. Yes, we see that people actually are less likely to find a job in their initial primary research occupation.
Because it's also your treatment has these two dimensions. So one is you're telling them your own job has poor prospects. The other one is you're showing them other occupations with better prospects.
Yeah.
So which of these two matters? You don't have these separate treatments, right? So
no, exactly. We don't have a separate treatment, so we cannot perfectly distinguish this. What I can tell you is that you see that the impact on sort of moving out of this primary research occupation is very large, right? It's 12 percentage point at 2 digits, it's 11 percentage point at 3 digits. we see that they move both to recommended occupations and to other occupations. So I can't sort of give you a very satisfying answer here, but it seems that at the very least, they're also moving into these other occupations. Now, of course, this is sort of, we had to code these occupations because people filled out a free text field, but it seems like at least they're being, they're leaving their primary search occupation. That could be because we push them out, and if that's the main reason, you would expect that they sort of move across these different types of other occupations, the others and the recommended ones.
The alternative explanation is they're just searching harder. You're telling them, okay, so it's really hard to find jobs, so they respond by applying.
Yeah, so we don't have great data on this, but we don't really find any evidence that they search much harder. In our calibration, we'll see actually that they search a little less in the treatment group. Yeah. So last thing I want to show is just that benefits don't actually seem to decrease much. This is what you would expect, right? If people find employment more often, they work more hours, they earn more, you would expect benefits to decrease. We don't actually see that in the data. We think that's sort of a fact of Dutch policy where benefits are not cut one-to-one with earnings. And obviously, as was already asked before, who is in this sample, it's also people whose benefits sort of expire, and so they might leave unemployment for other reasons, which is going to be completely unrelated to the treatment. So that's why we don't see anything on benefits received. So then lastly, on the experimental evaluation, what we see is that we find a larger impact for the long-term unemployed. So we see that the impact there is more immediate and it's larger, and that sort of remains for a very long time, which is something that has been found in more studies on this topic. We find a somewhat larger impact for those who are initially searching more broadly, or at least more willing to consider other occupations. That's actually different from the earlier literature, who seem to have found mostly that narrow searchers are are affected more by these types of information interventions. And then lastly, we find no impact for these job seekers in the COVID occupation. So we actually did this analysis, also show it in the paper. There's question, why is that? Is it they changed, but that change didn't actually matter for them because the labor market prospects in their old occupation became good again? Or is it that they don't change? For them, at least, we find no evidence that they switch more often. And so it seems like maybe they just figured, well, the labor market prospects in my occupation have clearly come back just because now these measures are gone, and so we don't actually see this group switching.
Go back one slide to
Yep.
the bars. So the left one I thought was small, so it's 4% more. And then the right one is 8%. I thought 8% has to be, if you change 2, you change 4. So I thought that the difference in green bars to the right would be a lower bound to the difference in green bar to the left. So I'm missing something. So if you change 2 digit occupation, you have to change 4 digit occupation. So the right one.
If you change, 8%
sounds significant.
Yeah.
4% less so, but then I thought that 8% should become like 15% of that. It can be lower. How can it be lower? See what I mean?
No, sorry.
I mean, if you're changing 2 digit occupation,
Yeah.
you're changing 4 digit 2. The 4 digit occupation as well.
Yeah, no, so, okay, so okay.
Effect is 8% on the
Yeah.
green. It has to be at least 8%.
So the green is sort of the in some sense the catch-all category. So we sort of at the 4-digit level we can easily identify whether something is a recommendation or not, and then we can't do that for the Okay, I want to give you a sense of the model because it's going to tell us something about general equilibrium effect, and I see that I don't have that much time anymore. So what is it that we're doing here? We're encouraging people to look for work outside of their selection occupation. So these treated, they're going to search in new occupations. These control people, they're going to face less competition. So you might be worried about stable unit treatment value assumption violations. But then also, this is a small subset of the labor market, and we're just looking at this group of people. What happens to all the other individuals in the labor market who now face higher competition potentially from the people we sent there? So what we're going to have is a very simple matching model. We're going to have 2 groups of workers. We're going to have small g, which is going to be equal to E for our experimental group, and then O for all other job seekers. We're going to have 3 occupational groups, essentially. Group 1 is our selection occupation. Group 2, our recommended occupations. And Group 3, the other occupations. And then job seekers are going to have some sort of search intensity across these different occupations. And so what's nice is that from the survey data, we have very good data on how Group E searches. And we see that they predominantly search in our selection occupations, which makes sense. It's what they're selected for. And that this other group we have based on open data that the employment office makes available, we know the total search intensity across these occupations, we see that they predominantly search in the recommended, but mostly in these other occupations. What that's going to give us is search-weighted unemployment, and from there we get, with the vacancies that are also available in the open data, we're going to get tightness. So then basically we start from a standard matching function, but then what we're going to do is we're going to introduce a penalty parameter for conversion probability outside of one's primary occupation. So essentially the idea is here that someone fully contributes to search-weighted unemployment in the occupations they search in, but if they're searching outside their primary occupation and everyone is one unit of primary search available to them, they convert at a lower rate. So what this means is that the people, when we sort of move them out of their primary occupations, they are going to congest the market through the tightness, and they're going to be less effective at actually turning these meetings that they get into matches. So we're going to calibrate this from the job finding rates of E, so the job finding rates of the experimental group, where we have very good data on their job finding rate, but also which occupations they end up in, and then the total job finding rate of O.
Doesn't that create a discrepancy between jobs filled and people hired?
Different way of asking that. So you're bringing fewer search units because you find less jobs, but then you should also congest less.
Yeah.
No, but here
otherwise things don't match.
Yeah, I think maybe the M is not.
So
it seems to be an adding up issue.
Call it a meeting function.
Meeting function is just going to, so basically we're going to have this small m here that is not going to include AG. That's sort of your meeting function, right? And then this BGG is sort of your ability to convert that meeting into a match, which is then penalized if it's outside of your primary occupation. And so then you also get immediately tightness, where basically that is going to be given simply by that search intensity and the number of people in these groups. And so it's also then from there directly obvious that if we sort of encourage these treated individuals to search more in these occupations 2 and 3, so in these recommended occupations and these other occupations, that they're going to affect tightness, and through that they're going to affect the other job seekers. So then we have to take a stance on sort of vacancy creation here. I want to be brief on this because I don't have a lot of time. We're going to take the one that's going to be most conservative from an efficiency point of view, so from sort of total jobs created under moving tightness, and we're going to go with short-lived and fixed entry. So then how does the treatment work? So we're going to convert some people in G equals E to G equals T. And so what's going to happen is that the search intensity of this treatment group is not going to be the same as the search intensity in the experimental group, and we calibrate this based on their job finding rate, so their likelihood of being employed 18 months on, and the occupations in which they find employment that I showed you before. And of course, what you see is that the treated search less in the selection occupations, and they search more in the recommended occupations and in the other occupations. Because of that, tightness is going to move, and because of that, of course, the remaining G equals E group, so the control group, is going to be affected, and the people in the other occupation are also going to be affected. So then what we ask is okay, what happened to our estimate? Should we be worried here about stable unit treatment value assumption violations? And sort of how do the number of jobs, the number of additional matches compare under moving tightness versus fixed tightness? So let's start with sort of the first row here, where we basically take the calibration from our treatment, which is we treat 2/3 of the population. We treat them once, so that means we take the stock of unemployed in April of 2021 and we treat those. We have our estimated treatment impact of 2.9. What we see is that the control group benefits. Makes sense because they face lower competition from the treated individuals who move out of that selection occupation, and the treated do a little bit better as well because a lot of them still search, at least to some degree, in those selection occupations. The other group suffers. They don't suffer much at the individual level, but they are a little bit worse off. But because this group is relatively large, we ultimately end up with 65% of jobs that we create under fixed tightness still remaining under moving tightness. And what we see here is that if we scale up the treatment, so we say, okay, let's treat everyone, but let's treat the stock once, or we say, let's treat everyone, and just anytime people come back into unemployment, we treat these people again, we see that tightness remains very high. So what we find is that there are clearly general equilibrium effects, but despite that, the treatment is still a clear winner. And the reason for this is mostly that the effect on tightness is only moderate, because people start searching differently, but it's not like they're all of a sudden concentrating all of their search to these recommended and other occupations, but it's just a part of their search, which is very effective because of the much higher tightness, and that's why we have high efficiency. I saw a question there.
Yeah, so if you start to treat everyone, how do you know where you should send them in the first place?
Yeah, so in this case, so we would be sending them to the same transition occupations, right? So we have selected these transition occupations based on these earlier transitions, based on these job finding scores. So for this group, it's actually relatively straightforward. We just sent them this.
Like, I mean, you need people in the background who are searching, paying some cost to search. So you can tell everybody else in the room that's where you should go, right? So it's hard to see how you can scale up entirely this policy to everyone.
So you are basically saying that if you always treat people and they sort of follow this advice, you don't see where they're going. Okay, I appreciate the question though. Okay, so last thing, I think there's a couple more questions that you would like to ask, and one of the big ones is sort of how much more could we treat here? So I want to be quick on this. We could envision a situation in which there are many more people in poor prospect occupations, for instance, because AI sort of automates away a bunch of occupations. What happens in that case? Well, we can sort of say, okay, let's take our economy here, that was this sort of where we departed from, where 5% was in our experimental group. Let's say that's a much higher percentage, let's say 50%. But let's say that the tightnesses, the initial tightnesses here remain the same. What you can see is that basically the jobs created are de facto linear in the share treated. And the reason for this is, again, that we don't affect tightnesses that much. That obviously changes as we treat more people. But also the people that are going to be hurt by this other group, is going to get smaller and smaller and smaller. So the number of people that we hurt is quite low. And even if we have a very large group of people and they sort of follow the change in search intensity that we observe for the treatment, the tightness in these recommended occupations is still going to be 7 times the tightness in the selection occupations. Last question you might want to ask is, could we have treated people in occupations with higher tightness? We now, as you can see from here, we took a very strong stance. We said only job finding score 2 or 3, only really very low tightness. We can basically run the calibration and just solve for at which point the calibration no longer leads to additional jobs created in this economy. What we find is that sort of we could have taken a minimal tightness that is 4 times as high as we currently had, which includes about 50% of all occupations. All right, so to conclude, what we do is what we really try and do here is attempt to balance out tightness in different occupations and sort of move people towards higher tightness occupations through providing them with very actionable information that sort of allows them to really change their search strategy, which is relevant, I think, going forward, especially because we've had these discussions about automation and how that changes the labor market, how that reduces demand in certain occupations, and I'm sure we're going to have a lot more of that discussion, especially with AI. We show that informing people about alternative occupations is very effective. We see a positive impact on employment, hours worked, earnings, though nothing on unemployment insurance benefits. And we see that job finders actually have a broader range of exit occupations. So they move out of their primary occupation and into these other occupations. Whether that's exactly push or pull is hard to determine, but it seems like we're at least sort of moving them across occupations. And despite the fact that there are externalities, it looks like we can actually treat a much larger group of people here. Now, what's nice about this, as I said, is that the marginal cost of providing this personalized information is low. So we spend a lot of time designing this intervention. It takes some time to gather the data, but that data on job finding, on tightness, and occupational transitions is going to be available at a lot of public employment services across the world, and so it's easy to implement this as we have shown, because now we actually have this campaign that's sent every quarter where individuals who are unemployed are actually informed by the employment office. So with that, thank you very much. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys still have a mic, no?
Still a mic, right? Somewhere here. I mean, it got better, but you know. Okay, last but not least, we close the first day. Piero, here's the timer. Go for it.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks to organizer for including my paper in the program. It's really a great honor to present in this session in front of this audience. So my name is Piero, and I'm a PhD candidate from Bocconi, and I will be on the market this fall. And I'm very excited to present my job market paper. So there is an expanding literature showing that in order to understand dynamics in the labor market, such as earning trajectories or how workers relocate after a technology shock, it is important to consider workers as possessing a portfolio of skills whose payoff depends on the occupation that employs them. However, especially early in their career, workers may have imperfect information about these skills. And in turn, this may generate mismatch because workers sort based on their perceived comparative advantage rather than their true comparative advantage. Now, just to give you an example, before starting my career as an economist, I actually tried to pursue a career as a professional basketball player. And so after high school, I played 1 year professionally in Italy. Unfortunately, that year was not very good in the sense that I didn't play that much, and when I played, it didn't go very well, and I was also not paid very well compared to my colleagues. And so that year was difficult, but for me it was actually very good to understand that that was not my career path, and I had to find something else. And this is actually, it was quite important because we know that where you work determines what you learn about your comparative advantage, but also what type of human capital you accumulate. And so if I spent too many years trying to be a basketball player, then switching would be too costly. And my dream was to become an NBA player, and I ended up presenting at the NBR, which is kind of the equivalent of the NBA final. So if I didn't switch early, maybe that didn't happen. But but okay, besides this example, so what I want to do in this project is to try and to understand how does skill uncertainty affect occupational mobility, and what are the consequences for output and wages. So yeah. Now, to answer this question, I developed a dynamic role model with multidimensional skill learning, and the key ingredients of the model are occupation and workers, where occupations are defined as a bundle of tasks. And to perform each task, workers can use skill and experience, and the return to these two components changes by occupations. On the supply side, workers supply skills and experience, and they have a vector of permanent and observed skills that they learn over time, a la Jovanovic. But at the same time, they accumulate task-specific experience at different rate, depending on which task they perform on the job. I estimate the model on Portuguese administrative data, and in particular, I develop a two-step maximum likelihood estimation strategy that take into account this dynamic selection on beliefs. And then I use the estimated model to simulate some counterfactual scenario to answer the following questions. So through the lens of the models, of course, which occupational moves are more likely to be informative about learning, about your comparative advantage? What is the cost of imperfect information about skills, both from an aggregate perspective, so in terms of aggregate output, but also for the wage profile of workers over their life cycle? And potentially, how can we reduce it? And then I also use the model to understand how job transformation, so the change in task content induced by large language model in this application, interact with this skill, with this source, with this information friction, and how does the cost of skill uncertainty change? Now, importantly, both in the data and in the model, I actually show, consistent with the results from Denmark of a paper from Philip about the U-shape of occupational mobility, that if you take all workers within an occupation and you rank them by wage or also residual wage, or what I will define as a measure of match quality, then this match quality is a strong indicator of who is more likely to switch, where they are moving in the occupational job ladder, and I will show also how they are going to change the task content of the occupation. In particular, through the lens of the model, I will interpret some of these moves as driven by learning about comparative advantage. And this is particularly important early in the career and for the low match quality within occupation. I then use the model to show that removing information friction about skills potentially increases output by 5.2%. And the wage gain are, of course, higher for exactly these workers that are at the bottom of the match quality distribution within occupation, which in fact are the ones that are most likely to be mismatched because of this information friction. And then I show how I use the model to perform a calibrated information treatment. So I calibrate a treatment in my model using existing experimental evidence. And I show that with this treatment, we can recover 0.9% output. And finally, I show that job transformation makes skill uncertainty more costly. The idea is that AI and LLM will increase output, but will also increase the potential output that we're missing out because of this information friction. Now, in the interest of time, I will be brief on the literature. There are a lot of people that contributed to several strands of the literature that this paper wants to contribute to. Let me cite in particular two papers. The first one is by Gouvenel and co-authors, who actually derive a reduced form measure of multidimensional skill mismatch from a theoretical model that is conceptually similar to the model presented in this paper. However, the learning structure will be a bit different. And moreover, I structurally estimate the model and use it to perform a series of counterfactual that without an estimated model you wouldn't be able to perform. And the other paper, in fact, as I already mentioned, is the paper by Philip and co-author that, in fact, they show that some of the occupational mobility facts that I mentioned, they are also, shown for Denmark. I also showed that they are valid for Portugal, but then I also reached the narrative by looking at how these workers switching change the task that they perform. And I show that potentially this is informative, especially for wages. Okay. So let me start by presenting the model. So
it also seems kind of related to the results about what happens when you enter the labor market during a recession, right? That you're learning stuff. You don't get the ideal job to start with, but now you've acquired some skills and you kind of keep going.
Yeah, so in this, I'm not focusing on a kind of more business cycle dimension that is, depending on the condition of the labor markets when you enter. It's going to be more a kind of in a stationary environment, and the idea is that some of the facts that I will show and that the model will rationalize are consistent across time. And so, like, I'm not kind of focusing on a business cycle dimension on the. Okay, so the model is in discrete time, and there's a continuum of workers and firms, and a discrete set of occupations. Workers are characterized by multidimensional skill and experience. So, so you have this vector of task-specific skills, theta, which is time invariant and permanent per worker. Imagine this being, for example, cognitive skill and manual skill, which is going to be the application later on. And at the same time, they accumulate, while working, a vector of task-specific tenure. And again, this is also multidimensional in task. When entering in the labor market, they draw their skills from a demographic-specific distribution, which assumes to be multivariate normal. And importantly, let me see if this works. Importantly, I don't restrict these variance-covariance metrics, which would be very important in determining the occupational mobility patterns, depending on whether workers are more likely to have a comparative advantage in certain tasks, or rather being high type in, for example, all tasks.
What's a group?
Okay, so in the application, it's going to be low, medium, and high education workers, depending on whether you finished high school and attended college. But this could be it could be more granular in principle. So when working in occupation, workers have to perform all tasks, and the output of a given worker I in occupation J, task K at time T, is given by how much time they spend on that task, their task-specific skill, exponentiated by an occupation-specific elasticity, and some experience, which with this concave function H, which is meant to capture then the wage, the productivity life cycle and for the wages. So when working in occupation, you have to perform. Workers have to perform.
What is the meaning of the lambda? Where do you curvature?
So
Theta means nothing, no? So why do I want to transform theta?
So this will determine how much your skills will be productive in this it will drive like
specific.
Exactly. So it's K and J specific. Sorry, it's zero. Sorry, this is at zero. This is like a primitive elasticity. But I will show you this will be relevant in a reduced form way through the wage equation. So let me clarify. It's yes. Sorry, this is J's occupation and task K. Okay. I'll show you later on where this enter in the wage equation.
So these groups are defined in terms of education levels, but the other way to think about this is that being in school is just another occupation, and you kind of decide when it's better to switch into an actual job, but you're learning some of these skills while you're in school.
I agree with this point, and so here I'm taking the perspective of workers arriving to the labor market with some heterogeneity, and then that is meant to capture some heterogeneity. Of course, there might be a kind of previous stage where people have to choose whether to study or to immediately start working, and then what you study or what you do while working at an early stage may influence later on outcomes. So here it's kind of a more simplified approach, in taking heterogeneity as given when entering in the labor market.
Just include school as another occupation.
Yeah, that's I'll think. I mean, it's a good point. I can think about it. Yes.
You don't have wages there.
No, exactly. So in the data that will use, I don't have wages, but potentially if I had data on grades. Yeah. No, exactly. Yes. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. So the output of a given worker in occupation J at time t is given by this Cobb-Douglas aggregator across the output of all tasks in that occupation, which also depends on the task importance, which is also task occupation specific, and sum up to 1. Now I make some simplifying assumption to determine the task allocation of workers within an occupation, and I assume that this is set by a firm on the background statically with symmetric belief. And actually, with this Cobb-Douglas functional form, then you obtain that the optimal time allocation is independent of the worker skill and just depend on this task importance omega. And this is also mainly coming from the Cobb-Douglas assumption. Yes?
What does then, you're telling us that this decision is made without any consideration for the human capital accumulation of the worker?
Exactly. So the decision of the task allocation is static, but then, of course, the choice of the worker is going to be dynamic. So they can choose the occupation, taking into account human capital accumulation, but they cannot choose task allocation. Like how, after choosing occupation, they cannot choose how to spend their time in task.
I see. So the firm doesn't cater, doesn't understand that it could pay the worker less by giving that worker the ideal allocation of time.
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
This would work with Leontief, in which case there would not be an issue. So if that's Leontief, you gotta work that. It's not a choice.
So one reason why I'm also using Cobb-Douglas is then to get a functional form for the wage that I can use for the learning dynamics, which I believe the Leontief would potentially break.
Leontief plus extreme partner shocks, I think.
Okay, but I would be happy to discuss eventually. Okay, and so the final output of a given work in an occupation is given by a component which depends on an observed skill bundle, a component which depends on experience, which I label as human capital bundle, and some idiosyncratic shock, which is occupation specific. Now, I make the assumption of perfect competition and piece rate wage contract. So the wage is going to be equal to the marginal revenue product of labor. And in particular, the wage is going to have 4 components. The first one is an occupational price, which would be determined in general equilibrium, and I still have not defined. A multidimensional skill match component. So this lambda is composed of both the lambda that I showed you before, the original lambda, and omega. And this xi is the log skill.
So this is the cross product of all the worker skills in different tasks and how much these skills are productive. A function which depends on the vector of task experience and some idiosyncratic shock. Now, I assume that workers have imperfect information about this psi, and their belief at time t about these unobserved skills is given by this calligraphic f. Now, I make an important assumption, and this is mainly for tractability, but also I will mention later on this is also useful for identification. And I assume that workers are rational in the sense that the initial beliefs coincide with the true distribution from which they draw their type, which is multivariate normal with unrestricted covariance metrics. Yes.
Can I just briefly ask why you chose to model the imperfect information about your initial type rather than about your ability to learn?
So I will show that, this assumption is going to have implication for, I believe, for the mobility patterns that I will show you. And for example, by learning about a fixed component, I'm going to get a declining hazard rate, which comes out naturally of learning about a fixed permanent component. But it's true that potentially there could be learning about your human capital profile in different tasks, and that will have different implications then for the wage growth and mobility patterns as well, I guess. Yes. So upon working in a given occupation, output realizes and the worker observes a signal, which is a scalar, and it's given by the wage minus the part that the worker's known to be determined as information about. And so this signal is going to be the linear combination of returns to skill in that occupation and your skill plus some noise. So this is one of the main difference compared to the standard model of occupation specific ability, because in this case you're receiving one signal that is potentially informative about all your skill at performing different tasks. And now with the assumption of multivariate normal prior and the normal signal, you get that I assume that workers are Bayesian updaters, and their posterior is given by a multivariate normal with mean and variance covariance updating given by the standard Kalman filtering formula. And importantly, even if the worker receives a signal, or a unique signal, is going to update in all these multidimensional skills, depending on this kappa, which depends on your prior uncertainty about your skills, lambda, how much your skills are productive in that occupation, which are going to, in fact, affect the wage, and the occupation-specific noise. So yes.
So the signal. I'm sorry. So the signal it's just about the occupation signal. It's not about task signal. So if I'm like a professor and I learn I'm very bad in research but good in teaching, I normally would know, right? But in your model they don't.
So for example, I think related to your example, you receive if you learn from your wage, which is the assumption of this model, you receive one wage as an economics professor, but then you are going to update based on also how much teaching you were doing and how much research you were doing, right? So even if you get like that signal, that you are going to infer about your ability in
So can you remind what psi was as theta?
Sorry, yes.
Kind of related.
Psi is log theta, so it's the log skill.
So and then how are you loading? I thought there was some hours coming back to that answer you were giving.
So there is.
You said you will learn how because you will teach him more.
So these I haven't. So wait, sorry.
Where is the teaching more? I thought the hours were decided at the term.
So the point is that this lambda is a composite or on the primitive elasticity that I mentioned before, the lambda 0, and the time spent on that task.
So the time changes your learning.
Exactly, but this is not. You cannot choose this is kind of exogenously given to you.
So why do you want it in the model? Why don't you just say that an occupation is a set of lambdas which subsumes how important, how much you learn, and how much time you spend doing that thing?
So I agree that probably for this stage is not like fundamental, but I believe that for one counterfactor that I do, that is kind of this changing the task content of occupation, then that production structure will matter. And I think potentially there might be extension of that problem of the task allocation, which can give interesting implication. But I'm not kind of pursuing that road in this paper. But I just want also to provide a micro foundation to see how that, potentially the production structure is defined.
So can I include the answer to Leo's question?
Yeah,
so
sure.
you'll be doing a little teaching and a lot of research, or a lot of teaching, a little research, and you get the same good wage, but you don't know which one it is. And hours never change, so how do you learn? So I'm paid very well, and I don't know whether I'm paid very well because I teach a little, but I'm fantastic at teaching, or because I research a lot, I'm like, okay, you're doing research.
So if I understand correctly, you know, like if you fix the hours.
No, but the hours are right. The hours are fixed.
The lambdas are known.
No, exactly. So you know the mapping. So you know how much you're paid if you teach.
Okay.
So then that mapping to the wage is going to give you information about your skill. Okay, this is the dynamic problem of the worker. So a worker of a given demographic group, as in the state variables, his beliefs about his skills, so the mean and variance covariance matrix, the vector of task-specific experience, your current occupation, and a given set of prices that workers take as given and have perfect foresight on. Now, when choosing an occupation, workers sort based on the expected wage, which is basically the same function, wage function that I showed you before, but in expectation. So here you have the beliefs rather than the true skill. Some occupation demographic specific amenity, which are also important to generate persistence in some occupational choice. A switching cost that workers have to pay when changing job, which is independent of your current occupation. It doesn't change across occupation. Like as soon as you switch, you have to pay this cost. And this is important for me to match the level of mobility in the data that I would miss otherwise. And idiosyncratic state shock and some continuation value. And your continuation value is a function of how you update your beliefs about your skills and the task-specific accumulation function, which is actually rather simple. That is, your experience evolves depending on how much time you spend performing a certain task. And is occupation specific. Yes?
So, am I right that you don't know yet your productivity, but you know how much you're going to like different jobs, right? The MNTs, you know that beforehand?
Yes.
So, how do you think about that? I mean, I guess in practice you're learning occupational.
I agree. And I think, the reason why I'm focusing on learning about some productivity-related component is that through the assumption of this model, that is going to be, it will give you fact about people change occupation based on their wage. And of course, there might be some friction here that will have other type of implication for the choice, which is maybe orthogonal to the wage.
So within an occupation, you assume that the L is the same for all firms.
Yeah. So this is coming from the assumption of this task allocation being exogenous, and with the Cobb-Douglas production structure, the task allocation is going to be independent of the worker skill. But if you change that assumption, then that independency will be broken. For example, if you have a CS aggregator of task, that's not going to be independent anymore.
But I'm not sure about that. Because the firm should cater to the needs of workers to learn. And so they should create dispersion in else. The key assumption is a static decision.
So in this model, I'm kind of
actually unpriced decision.
In this model, the firm that I mentioned about that is allocating tasks is a bit like a naive firm that does not internalize a lot of things. And I agree that a potentially more interesting problem would involve more a different strategic decision by the firm. Okay, so I then close the model in a quite simple way. I assume that there is a final good producer that aggregates the output produced in each occupation through a CES aggregator. And so this gives the inverse demand function for occupation-specific output, which is going to be the aggregate of output produced by all workers in that occupation. And I focus on stationary competitive equilibrium. That is, so there's a vector of constant price and then an invariant distribution. So in practice, I actually compute an ergodic distribution by simulation. And where the equilibrium of the model is determined, as I mentioned before, with the important assumption that there is a fixed probability through which the workers die and are reborn from the same education group that allow me to generate this stationarity.
So without any commitment, firms are breaking even, and there should be an equilibrium.
No, they could do. There's a firm that can do better.
But you have to commit to something. I thought the idea here is you commit. In what sense it's competitive? So firms are they're paying wages equal to revenues, right? So
yes.
They get zero profits exposed, not in expectation. They're not
exactly.
Expected profits.
Yes.
Exposed profits.
Because so.
They first see output and then they pay.
Exactly. Yes.
So then they're all making zero profits.
Yeah, but they could still do that.
They could do better. By offer the chance to experiment, workers are willing to take a pay cut.
So, I agree with this concern, but okay. Yeah. All right, let me briefly mention which data I'm using. So I'm using Portuguese administrative data from Quadros de Pessoal. And mainly for interpretation, but also actually for identification, I'm clustering occupation in 8 groups by minimizing the within cluster task dispersion and to preserve the mobility flows. And I estimate the model with 2 skill dimensions, cognitive and manual, using a kind of European version of ONET. And then I use 2 samples. One, which has many observation and is mainly used to show some mobility patterns, both for this 8 cluster, but also for a much more granular occupation definition, and using also a much more granular definition of skills. And I use a smaller estimation sample for structural estimation. One important thing here is also to make sure that I'm observing the worker since the beginning of his career. So I can kind of have a consistent measure of accumulated experience in different tasks.
Before going to the estimation structure, can you tell us, do you know anything about how the solution of the individual problem?
Yes.
So do we know, like, do you have an ordering in which I take occupations as I start from a particular group? Is there, or you have to go fully computational?
I'm going fully computational, but I can try to give you an intuition of how the choice, at least at the beginning of the career, works. Now, if you remove idiosyncratic taste shock, conditional on being in the same education group, everyone would make the same choice, because the prior is the same and everything else is the same.
And they would start with?
I think it depends on sigma, right? I think we from George's paper, so depending on your competitive advantage, absolutely.
Yeah, I wonder if there is a Gittings index lurking in the background.
I see.
That would be
but yes, there's the point is that through this task skill dimension, once you learn how good you are in your occupation, you're also extrapolating how good you are in the other occupation. So there is kind of correlated learning, in fact. And one thing that I can tell you is that, for example, in the estimation, what I find is that highly educated workers, they have an initial that distribution has a comparative advantage in cognitive task, while low educated workers in manual task. And so at least the initial choice is kind of along this direction. But then for the rest is fully computational, yes. Okay, and I used to measure of wages, real hourly wages, and what I define as the match quality, which is a worker occupation wage fixed effect. And I actually in the paper also have I have different measure of residual. So here one point is to kind of have these, and then I have I have a good counterpart in the model, which is going to be the match the multidimensional match component, which is worker occupation specific.
So that phi in the model maps into the structural object?
Yes, it's going to be the because the lambda xi that I showed you before is going to be one scalar, which has these two vectors, but that is going to map into that. So into the multidimensional.
You can directly estimate some of the structural parameters just from this.
No. It's just for the, sorry, this is just then to, to use the large sample to derive some data based, some mobility patterns based on this match quality. I will be clearer enough in a few slides, but I'm not estimating anything from this. Let me briefly give you the intuition of identification. So the key assumption, the key idea in this model is that if you control for a worker's history, then the choice is going to be independent of the true unobserved skills, where the history is given by the education group, the sequence of choices and wages, and the experience return. Because indeed, how workers are selected into occupation is based on beliefs, and history determines belief. So intuitively, what you can use is a control function approach. That is, you can create a control for this unobserved vector of skills, conditional on the history of a given worker. Once you control for this, you can basically recover all the parameter of the wage function, so prices, the accumulation function, and the noise of the idiosyncratic shock. And then you can identify these as a residual. And this is going to identify the multidimensional skill distribution for different demographic group. Now, once we have identified the wage equation parameters, we now need to identify the amenities and the switching cost. And we can do this by using a standard Otze-Miller inversion. So the idea is that with the wage equation parameters and the rationality assumption, this is an important assumption, I can compute for each worker the exact sequence of beliefs that they use to sort into different occupation, because I know the wage function. And so I know the mapping of productivity into wages. Once I have this sequence, I can compute the conditional choice probability. And once I have this conditional choice probability, I can identify the dynamic choice parameter. In particular, the level of composition of mobility across destination is what identify the amenities, and the propensity of staying in your current job is going to identify the switching costs. Now, the variance of the idiosyncratic taste shock is hardly identified in dynamic discrete choice model. And so I calibrate it to this value by matching the aggregate mobility level in the data. In the
previous step, you're putting a lot of stress on wages being properly measured and.
Can you go one back?
Yeah, sorry.
So I wonder, for example, wage variation due to hours. Can you, I suppose?
So this is going to be hourly wage. So at least this is an hourly wage. So at least I control by hours. Okay. Now, of course, I agree that there might be some other variation that I'm not putting into this wage equation, which potentially is going to be loaded in the residual skill. But this is also to kind of maintain the mapping between the model and the data clean. And okay, sorry, these formulas are a bit ugly, but this is just to show you that, going back to the identification of the choice parameter of the dynamic choice parameters, once we have this conditional choice probability and the wage equation parameters, we can compute all the terms on the right-hand side, and by normalizing one, then we get all the amenities for different occupation and demographic group. And similarly for the switching cost, it's the same, but now we're looking at those movings versus those staying in a given occupation. Yes?
Can I just ask one question about the slide before?
Yeah, sure.
So you have this wage control function approach. I'm just trying to figure out how, the people that show up in this occupation are highly selected, right? They are selected on a whole bunch of stuff, right? How Can I see?
But it's all in age.
Exactly.
All
This
the
is
selection is in
yes, because age is that age includes everything about the worker's history.
I think that's what
everything the worker knows.
Everything the workers, and
Knows
we
about himself.
yes, and also, I mean, this is one important thing is that basically we as econometrician and the worker, we share in the same uncertainty.
Can I just ask, does it mean that, okay, I see. So there's no signals here that you receive that are not reflected in the wages that you as an econometrician see?
No, exactly. There is no private information on the worker side. Yeah.
But I think this is where the ability to learn, learning about your ability may matter. So that would natural way to big theta into the age function.
Yeah. So
then this will not work.
I actually
this separability helps.
So it tells me, but okay, I actually tried to put data also in age, but this is kind of it's a bit simpler. But I think there might be a way to put it also inside age. But yeah.
Okay, but then it's hard to separate them. Right?
Yeah. That is the issue. Yes, but. And practically, I implement this identification strategy by using a two-step maximum likelihood. So the first stage is going to be an expectation maximization algorithm, where the idea is kind of simple. In the expectation step, given the observed history of the worker, you compute a control for this xi, for this posterior, and practically this is going to be a Kalman-Smutter using the all observed history of that worker. And then using this as a control, you actually regress, you basically run OLS to recover all the parameters of the wage equations. And finally, you get the skill distribution as a residual from that wage equation. To estimate the dynamic choice parameter, I use a nested fixed point where there is a two-step routine. So in an inner loop, I solve this, the expected value function. So the value function that I showed you before integrated by the taste shock. And then I update the guess for these current, for the dynamic choice parameters using the multinomial logit conditional choice probability, which have a quite standard and nice closed form solution. Okay, let me show you the quantitative result, like how the model kind of match some data which are actually not directly targeted, in the sense that, of course, with the likelihood I'm maximizing some conditional choice probability, but this is an aggregate moment that is not part of the likelihood. So just with learning and this task-specific experience accumulation, the model is able to reproduce the gradient in the declining hazard rate over the life cycle. So this is the probability of switching occupation over the life cycle. And of course, one important thing here is the switching cost that allow me to match the level, but then the gradient is naturally coming from learning and experience accumulation. And then I shut down learning in the model, and I simulate an alternative model where basically workers do not update their beliefs, they do not learn. And this is mainly to show which are the moves that are more likely to be driven by learning. You can see that the model without learning still generates a little bit of mobility initially, which is then declining and then is actually increasing. And this is mainly driven by the experience accumulation part. So basically, learning is particularly important and drives mobility early in the career, but also plays a dual role that dampens mobility later on in the life cycle. That is, once you learn what you're good at, you are not likely to switch anymore. Yes?
So some of this early mobility of young workers is probably just like natural career progression, right? So you are a retail sales worker, you get some experience, you get promoted to manager. That's a different occupational code.
So that is going to be indeed like, you see also that in fact, even without learning, you generate some initial mobility, right? And in fact, I think that is going to be exactly what you're referring to. And of course, like, yeah, it's eight clusters, but still being differentiated by manual and cognitive component. There is kind of a natural progression that we can think of.
I kind of missed how that's modeled here. Like how do you
It's through the task-specific experience. So it's through human capital accumulation, right? Because you work somewhere, you accumulate experience, but then potentially, once you accumulate enough experience, there is another job in which that experience is rewarded more. So it's kind of
heterogeneous returns to experience.
Exactly, because in fact, yeah, that age function that I show you is occupation specific. Yeah, exactly. And okay, so this is the U-shape of occupational mobility that was already documented by Philip in a paper using Danish data. And I found the same U-shape in Portuguese in Portugal. So what this is telling is that if you take all workers in a given occupation, in a given period, and you rank them by this wage residual that I mentioned, that I described before, then you see that the probability of switching occupation is larger for the workers at the bottom of this distribution, but also for high wage workers. And in particular, it's a little bit left skewed. So low match quality workers are more likely to switch. And additionally, what I show is that conditional on changing occupation, if you look at the, so this is a measure of skill distance, conditional on switching, over the same ranking, you actually find a U-shape also in the change of the task content. And so what this is telling you is that the low match quality workers, when they switch, they change the task content more, but it is also true for the high match quality workers. And
whoever is getting surprised, essentially, no? Whoever gets a wage that is surprising to them will move.
Exactly, but what I want to show you now is that if you shut down learning, then what you actually are going to miss is mobility at the bottom. And so here the key idea is that in this model, learning mainly drives mobility of low match quality workers that are learning about their competitive advantage, and so they learn that they are in a bad match, while mobility for high wage workers goes down. The task content decreases, but you still have mobility at the top. So it's basically learning is mainly for the low match quality and not for the high match quality.
And at the high match quality, what's driving then the switching?
So to be fair, I don't have a good answer yet, but I believe that experience, of course, is a natural candidate to generate upward mobility, but it could also be non-compensating factors, so amenities or...
The experience, in the sense, that experience would create lock-in. You're saying if there is a ladder.
Because of this heterogeneous return to experience across occupations, that will indeed generate upward mobility.
So this is the intensive margin, saying you duplicate extensive margin, and now this is not only they move more, they move further.
Exactly, yeah.
And now they're moving further. I don't think that this heterogeneous would explain why they move further when they're higher. That's like a...
So let me probably, especially at the top, you have workers that are moving to more cognitive occupation, and so you also have some workers doing more manual job that accumulate enough experience, and then they change the task content, moving to a higher paying cognitive job. So you would change a lot what you do.
Like playing basketball and then becoming...
Well, to be honest, I was here because I was low match quality, low wage, and then I switched to, and now I'm joking, but. Okay, so what I do once I have the estimated model, I also want to understand what's the aggregate cost of this information friction. And what I do, I simulate two career paths. One with imperfect information, where workers sort based on their beliefs, and one in which actually workers have perfect information about their types, and they have no uncertainty about it. And then I compute the aggregate output. So I simulate these two economies, compute the stationary aggregate output. And what I find is that the output gain that we would get by removing friction are about 5.2%.
Super interesting. I just wonder what you have in mind.
In what sense?
How do you do this?
It's inherently a really hard
Oh, yeah,
problem.
yeah. So no. I fully agree. So this is a very ideal world, which is, so I think this 5.2%, we will never be able to achieve it. Okay, I will come back to this point because then I have a policy that it's just a bit more realistic, and I think it gives you a more realistic number. So this is just the average relative wage the compare between these two counterfactual scenario. And so the idea is that in this perfect belief world, you would have a lot of wage gains at the beginning, declining over the life cycle compared to the baseline, because of course in the baseline you have workers that eventually learn and then they switch. And importantly, if you take the same match quality distribution, so this is still within occupation, you have that the wage gains are largest for workers at the bottom, because in fact these ones were the most likely to be mismatched because of this information friction. Okay, and I fully agree that the 5.2% output that I showed before is very large, and is also giving perfect information to workers is almost impossible. So what I do is I calibrate an information treatment in the model based on existing empirical evidence. In particular, I take the result from this paper. The treatment that they implement in this paper is a skill assessment plus a report on relative performance. So the idea is that the information treatment is about the comparative advantage of workers in different skills. In my model, I implement this treatment as a noisy signal about latent skills. So at potentially different stages of the career, but let's start from before entering the labor market, each workers receive 2 signals, 1 in each skill. And in particular, I'm going to calibrate this variance, so the noise of the signal, in order to match the average treatment effect of this experimental evidence. And so the idea is that in this experiment, the treatment make 13.5%, increase the share of workers searching for a job. It make 13.5% of workers in the experiment with beliefs aligned with the assessed comparative advantage. So basically, I take a simulated economy, and I calibrate the signal to make 13.5% of workers with belief aligned compared to the baseline. And so this is the output gain that we would get by when workers have perfect beliefs. This is the output gain when we give the signal before entering in the labor market. So the signal is provided at time 0. We would get 0.91%, which is around 18% of the total output gain that I showed you before. And the effectiveness of the signal declines steadily over if you provide this signal later on in the career, and the gains are very small if you give information to workers after 10 years, because either they have already learned, or it's too costly to switch for them.
That's why we go to school when we're young.
Yeah. And I think this goes back to the point that I agree that there might be a stage before where workers have already learned something that I'm kind of taking in a reduced form with that multidimensional distribution. And so these are the life cycle wage gains. So the black line is what I showed before, and this is the wage gains for the treatment given a different experience in the labor market. And this is also the wage gains that I showed you before. And so even if the effectiveness of the signal is kind of decaying, you still see that for the very badly matched workers, there are some improvements. Because these ones are heavily mismatched, and providing them with some information is actually making them changing their choice. Okay, let me conclude. So in this project, I developed a structural dynamic model with multidimensional skill learning. And I show that learning is actually drivers of occupational mobility, especially early on in the career and for low match quality workers. I then use the model to quantify what are the aggregate cost and individual cost of this source of information friction. And I show that with the calibrated information treatment, we can recover 0.91% of output, which is around 18% of the full misallocation cost. In the paper, I also show, and I use the model to study interaction of skill uncertainty with job transformation. And I found that while output increases, the cost of skill uncertainty also increases. And I would be happy to talk more in case you have questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.